Chapter 589. Action. Dong Jingyang was stunned and frowned. Are you sure now? The battle between Yu Province and Kong Province had just begun. Wouldn't it be asking for a beating if they jumped out now? Because it was expected that as soon as they appeared, the people from the two provinces would definitely stop fighting and join forces to suppress them. Just the people from one province was enough to give him a headache, let alone the people from two provinces. You misunderstood me. I'm not going to get involved in their battle. I'm going to save people. Qin Feiyang said. Save people? Dong Jingyang was stunned. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 9-star combat emperors and combat masters from Yu Province were now pinned down by the people from Kong Province. Only the 8-star combat emperors were guarding. Although there were 28-star combat emperors, they were no threat to Qin Feiyang. Moreover, they had 3 1-star combat masters on their side. Dong Jingyang, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei. With their strength, it was more than enough to deal with a group of 8-star combat emperors. Understanding Qin Feiyang's meaning, Dong Jingyang naturally had no objections. The two quietly retreated, bypassing Wan Xiu and the others, and came to the rear of the battlefield to look for footprints. The biggest advantage of the 9 Nether Underworld was that no matter how fast the opponent ran, they would leave footprints on the ground. Even if there were no footprints, there would still be traces. Soon, Qin Feiyang found a large number of footprints. Following the footprints, after a while, the two found a small canyon hundreds of meters away. The entrance of the canyon was guarded by 2 men in white. There was a word, Yu, embroidered on their chests. They were the people from Yu Province. Dong Jingyang's eyes flashed coldly and said in a low voice, You wait here, I'll kill them all. Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and shook his head. This place is not far from Wanqiu. If they call for help, Wanqiu will definitely hear them. So we must kill them unexpectedly and not give them a chance to speak. That makes sense. Dong Jingyang nodded, but his eyes suddenly trembled as he asked in surprise, You still plan to deal with the people of Yu Province? He had thought that Qin Feiyang would give up on making trouble for Yuzhou after witnessing the power of Wanqiu. But now, listening to Qin Feiyang's words, it seemed that he had not given up. Because if he gave up, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have so many concerns. He could just leave after saving the people, and Wanqiu might not be able to catch up with him. How can we not make them pay a price? Qin Feiyang sneered. Ugh. Dong Jingyang was stunned. He was right. What did a certain type of person say? Qin Feiyang was precisely this kind of person, knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, but still heading towards the tiger's mountain. How audacious. Alas. He sighed inwardly and said in a low voice, then quickly arrange it. Qin Feiyang said, You wait here. When you hear something in the valley, you immediately take action. Dong Jingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the valley. Except for the entrance, the other 3 sides were mountains, which could be hundreds of feet high. Ancient trees were lush and weeds were overgrown. Qin Feiyang went to the foot of the mountain on the left side. Like an agile monkey, he quickly climbed to the top of the mountain, stood behind a bush, and looked down. The situation in the valley immediately entered his sight. The valley was very small, about 300 or 400 meters wide. There were a lot of stones piled up inside. Some green weeds grew between the gaps of the stones, swaying with the breeze from the entrance. Ren Wuxuang and the others were in the center of the valley at this moment. They sat back to back. Some angrily glanced at the people of Yuzhou, some were silent in despair, and some were whispering to each other. As for the 28-star combat emperors of Yuzhou, except for the 2 guarding the entrance, the rest were gathered around Ren Wuxuang and the others. Do you think senior brother Wanqiu and the others can defeat them? I'm also thinking about this problem. Although Kong Province doesn't have as many people as Yuzhou, their overall strength is stronger than ours. Yes, especially the twin sisters. I feel that their qi is similar to that of senior brother Wanqiu. They are probably 2-star combat masters. 3 young men said, their faces full of worry. You are worrying for nothing, do you know that? So what if they are 2-star combat masters? Don't forget that our senior brother Wan Xiu has mastered a perfect auxiliary combat art. No matter how strong they can only be abused. That's right. Not to mention Kong province, even if there are people from several other provinces, senior brother Wan Xiu can easily deal with them. Immediately, some people disdainfully discussed. Qin Feiyang saw all of this and couldn't help but feel sorry for these people. Because they relied too much on Wan Xiu. If Wan Xiu left or unfortunately died in battle, the others from Yuzhou wouldn't be able to make any waves. However, killing Wan Xiu wasn't an easy task. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Shenlong, Jiang Wei, and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang pointed at the canyon below and said, "Shen Mei is down there." Shenlong looked down and saw Shen Mei covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Killing intent suddenly burst out of his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King and said, "You hide down there and wait for my orders." "No problem." Wolf King smiled and his palm-sized body swept into the grass. Soon, he entered the canyon and hid in a crack not far from Ren Wuxuang and the others. About 100 breaths later, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Wei and Shenlong, saying, "Be sure to kill them in one blow." "We heard the conversation between you and Dong Xingyang from inside," Qin Lai said. "Don't worry, but a group of 8-star combat emperors won't give them a chance to speak." The two spoke one after another in an extremely cold tone. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand, shouting, "Do it." Whoosh! Shenlong and Jiang Wei immediately took a step forward and shot down. The two didn't deliberately hide, so before they landed in the canyon, the people from Yuzhou and Ren Wuxuang had already discovered them. But the difference was, Ren Wuxuang and the others were overjoyed. Some were even crying tears of joy. However, when the people from Yuzhou saw the word Ling on Shenlong and Jiang Wei's chests, they were immediately shocked. Why are the people from Ling State here? Their auras are very strong, they must be combat masters. Quickly call for help from senior brother Wan Xiu. The group of people instantly panicked. But there were a few people who were calmer and immediately called for help. However, the Wolf King, who was hiding in the crevice, didn't give them a chance to call for help. Just as Shenlong and Jiang Wei were discovered, it used the void escape step and rushed out, its 2 small claws grabbing 2 white ribs. The void escape step was a perfect battle art. Now, its cultivation was also a 9-star combat emperor, and it was half a step into the combat master realm. One could imagine how amazing its speed was. In half a blink of an eye, it swept in front of the 2 8-star combat emperors and raised its ribs to knock their heads. Crack! The ribs could even tear the defense of a combat master, let alone an 8-star combat emperor. There was no suspense. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the heads of the 2 exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. After killing the 2, it immediately attacked the people next to them. At this moment, Shenlong and Jiang Wei also arrived at the same time, attacking mercilessly like 2 death gods, crazily harvesting lives. At the same time, the 2 people guarding the entrance immediately turned and ran inside when they heard the commotion inside. Wait! But suddenly, in the forest ahead, a cold voice sounded. Who is it? The 2 of them were shocked. Then, they saw a white figure rushing out of the forest and heading straight for them. And it was very fast. With their eyesight, they couldn't capture the person's true appearance. In the blink of an eye, the white figure was only a dozen meters away from them. This time, they finally saw the person's face clearly, and also saw the word on his chest. It was the word Ling. It was actually someone from the spiritual state. The 2 of them were instantly shocked and were about to call for help. But that person didn't give them a chance. His hands stretched out like eagle claws, grabbing their necks and twisting hard. Crack! Their necks were broken on the spot. Bang! Then, the 2 of them fell to the ground, dead. That's right. This person was Dong Xingyang. After killing the two of them, Dong Xingyang didn't stay for a moment and directly rushed into the canyon. The battle in the canyon had also ended. The 18 8-star combat emperors were all lying in a pool of blood. Most of them had their heads blown open. The bloody scene made one's hair stand on end. Without a doubt, this was definitely Wolf King's masterpiece. What a ferocious fellow. Dong Xingyang muttered in his heart. He ran to Ren Wuxuang and the others, glanced at everyone, and asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" "No." Everyone shook their heads. Shen Mei lowered her head and blamed herself. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for you." Hearing this, the others also lowered their heads, their faces full of apologies. Including Wu Yan and Su Yang. However, there was one person who was calm, and that was Lu Xingqian. Shenlong said, "The people from Yuzhou are too strong. There's nothing we can do about it. You don't have to blame yourselves." Shen Mei looked at Shenlong in surprise. Shenlong also smiled at her. Shen Mei was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? This cousin who usually didn't want to look at her was actually smiling at her at this moment? Ren Wuxuang, who was next to her, also looked at Shenlong strangely. Obviously. She knew about the matter between Shen Mei and Shenlong. Looking at the two women's reaction, Shenlong secretly sighed, walked to Shen Mei, and said with a smile, "Little sister, I was wrong in the past. Brother apologizes to you. I will definitely protect you in the future." This, Shen Mei couldn't react for a moment. What was going on? Shenlong's attitude changed too much, right? Let's go to the side and talk. Shenlong smiled bitterly. If he didn't explain clearly, he was afraid that this cousin would suspect that he had ulterior motives. Shen Mei looked at Ren Wuxuang for help. "Go." Ren Wuxuang patted her shoulder. Although she didn't know the reason, Shenlong's change was a good thing for Shen Mei. The brother and sister went to the side and whispered. Ren Wuxuang glanced at Dong Xingyang and Jiang Wei, then turned to Wolf King and asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang?" "It's us who saved you. Why don't you ask us first? Tell me the truth. Do you have any ulterior motives for little Qin Zi? Don't blame me for not telling you. Little Qin Zi already has a family. It's impossible for him to like other women. Of course, if you insist on getting close to him, I'll support you. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family." The Wolf King chuckled. Family? Chapter 590. Dong Xingyang and the others were also shocked. Qin Feiyang had a wife? Why hadn't they heard of it? Looking at Ren Wuxuang's reaction, Wolf King had a strange look in his eyes and said with a wicked smile, "Don't tell me that you really like little Qin Zi. What are you talking about?" Ren Wuxuang blushed and scolded, "Do you want a beating? It seems that little Qin Zi has a lot of luck with women." Wolf King laughed sinisterly. "Believe it or not, I'll seal your mouth if you keep talking nonsense." At this time, Qin Feiyang rushed down from the top of the mountain and landed in front of everyone, looking at Wolf King angrily. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. "Humph. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." Wolf King muttered discontentedly. "Can't you see that I'm trying to set them up? Such a beautiful girl is right in front of you, but you don't take action. What a blockhead." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, looked at Ren Wuxuang and the others, and said with a smile, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How are you? Are you hurt?" Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that the so-called wife was just a joke. They almost believed it. It's just some superficial wounds. It doesn't matter. Ren Wuxuang shook his head and asked, "When did you come?" Qin Feiyang said, "We arrived early in the morning, but we didn't find the time to rescue you. You've been tired." Lu Xingqian sighed and said, "Brother Qin, you're the one who's tired. We're just a bunch of burdens." The others also lowered their heads, looking ashamed. They all thought that they were doomed this time. They even thought that even if Qin Feiyang came, he would probably leave them alone when he saw the strength of Yuzhou. But it turned out not to be like that. Not only did Qin Feiyang not care about the past, but he also tried to save them. It would be a lie to say that they were not grateful. But the more grateful they were, the more guilty they felt. I shouldn't have targeted Qin Feiyang like that in the past. Compared to Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, Qin Feiyang was sincerely helping them. All right. Can you all stop being so pretentious? Hurry up and arrange how to kill the people from Yuzhou province and Kong province. The Wolf King waved its claws impatiently. Yes. Now is not the time to be pretentious. We have to avenge those who have died. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. Dong Jingyang said, revenge is a must, but your strength is far from enough. Everyone fell silent again. To be honest, the strength of the remaining people was pretty good. Most of them were 6-star combat emperors and above. But compared to Yuzhou and Kong province, the gap was too big. Dong Jingyang pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, as long as they are well arranged, we can fight with all our might. Can you let everyone hide in the castle first? Heard about it. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Although they knew nothing about the castle, Qin Feiyang could rely on the castle to run rampant, which was enough to show that the castle was a very safe place. But Qin Feiyang was still hesitating. Wolf King said, no, the castle is too small to hold so many people. Dong Jingyang said, I have been to the castle. It is about 10 feet. 20 or 30 people can squeeze in. You talk too much. Wolf King looked at him unkindly. Dong Jingyang sighed, if there was another way now, I would never put forward this suggestion. Brother Qin, please consider it seriously. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, his eyes flickering. Little Qin Zi, if these people are worth protecting, I will definitely not object. But look at how they treated you before. No matter what, I will not agree. If you don't listen to me, we will break off our friendship. Wolf King glanced at Wu Yan and the others, his eyes full of disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yan and the others all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Wolf King. Although these words were unpleasant, they were also the truth. If it were them today, they would not let anyone enter the castle. But now they had no choice. Only by entering the castle would they be safe. Otherwise, they would die in the 9 nether hells sooner or later. Looking at Wolf King's determined attitude, Dong Jingyang could not help but frown. For a moment, he was at his wits' end. Alas. He sighed inwardly and transmitted a message to Wu Yan and the others, I can't do anything now. Whether or not we can enter the castle depends on your performance. Everyone was silent for a while. Suddenly, everyone bowed down in unison and lowered their proud heads. Senior Brother Qin, we really know we were wrong. Please be merciful and help us. Only you can help us now. Senior Brother Qin, Su Yang, swear that whether it is now in the 9 nether hell or when we return to the spiritual state, I will never go against you again. Well, as long as we can leave here, you will be my great benefactor in the future. I will definitely repay you well. Please rest assured that we will not act recklessly after we enter the castle. If you find someone with evil intentions, you don't have to do anything. I, Wu Yan, will be the first to kill him. Everyone begged one after another. Especially Wu Yan and Su Yang, the two of them knew that they had a deep grudge with Qin Feiyang, so they were particularly uneasy. Now you know how to beg? What have you been doing before? Wolf King said disdainfully. Ruffian Wolf, can't you be more magnanimous? Ren Wuxuang looked at him with dissatisfaction. Am I not magnanimous enough? If it weren't for you, I would have killed them all. Would they still have the chance to stand here and talk? Wolf King snorted coldly. Ren Wuxuang raised his hands helplessly and nodded, yes, you are magnanimous. I am narrow-minded. Is this okay? Wolf King said, don't flatter me. It's useless. In short, I don't agree to let them go to the castle. At this time. Qin Feiyang, who had been silent, shook his head and said, I don't agree either. Not to mention the importance of the castle, just Lin Yi and the others, he was worried about letting Wu Yan and the others in. As soon as this remark came out, the people present suddenly showed despair. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you remember our bet last time? Qin Feiyang frowned. Dong Xingyang said, I am now using this bet in exchange for their opportunity to enter the castle. I don't think this request is too much, right? It doesn't violate your principles, right? It's not too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head and then said, But are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure. Dong Xingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, I will let them in, but you'd better restrain them. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as driving them out. Dong Xingyang snorted coldly, I believe they don't have the guts now. It's better this way. I will go in and arrange it first. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Xingyang meaningfully, then took Wolf King into the castle. Wolf King immediately said with dissatisfaction, Little Qin Zi, why did you bet with him at that time? Aren't you looking for trouble for yourself? How would I know that Dongfang Wuhan is so spineless? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Fatso looked at the man and wolf, rubbed his chin, pondered for a while, and said, Actually, Fat Lord thinks that it is a good thing to let them come to the castle. Wolf King said angrily, This is a good thing? Was your head kicked by a donkey? You're the one who was kicked by a donkey. Fatso glared at Wolf King fiercely. Think about it. The old man has great expectations for us in this 9 prefectures great war. And you know the old master's character and temper. He has always been on the side of reason and not family. Fairness and justice are his principles. If we ignore them now, when we return to the spiritual state, the old master will definitely be dissatisfied. At that time, it might be difficult for Boss to enter the imperial capital. Let's put aside the old master and focus on Ren Wuxuang. As the granddaughter of the mansion master, it is obviously impossible for her to ignore the life and death of others. But at the same time, with her relationship with us, she can't force us to do anything. So she is now caught in the middle and is in a difficult position. You have to understand her, right? Fatso said. These words were so reasonable that the Wolf King was rendered speechless. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I didn't expect you to see it so clearly. Fatso immediately became proud and said, Of course, Fat Lord's brain is no worse than yours. He just doesn't like to use his brain usually. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Can't you be more reserved? Fatso chuckled and pointed to the altar, saying, Where are you going to put those things? On the altar were the 6-word divine formula, pill scripture, 4 Qinkuan bags, and a jade box. Inside the jade box was the fire of life. The 4 Qinkuan bags contained the potential pill, 9 Chu yellow dragon pill, and crimson fire glass pill. Because there were too many of them, the jade box could no longer hold them, so they were all stored in the Qinkuan bag. The 6-word divine formula could not be moved, and was locked in the iron box, so there was no need to worry. But the other things had to be found a safe place to put them. And keeping them in the Qinkuan bag was undoubtedly the safest, but there was also a big hidden danger. If the Qinkuan bag was shattered in the process of battle, then all the things would also turn into nothingness. To Qin Feiyang, this was something that absolutely could not be allowed to happen. After all, any one of these pills could cause a bloodbath if taken out. Suddenly, he locked his gaze on the iron box containing the 6-word divine formula. This iron box could only be opened with his blood. In terms of safety, other than the ancient castle, it was definitely the iron box. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and took out an empty Qinkuan bag, putting the jade box, pill scripture, and all the pills on the altar into it. Then, he bit his fingertip, opened the iron box with his blood, put the Qinkuan bag inside, and closed the iron box. Looking at the iron box, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a faint smile. This time, he could finally rest assured. Then, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Fatso, and warned, when they come in, you must keep an eye on them, especially Lu Xingchen and Xiang Xiaolong. I always feel that the two of them are not ordinary. Fatso nodded. Swish. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared outside with Wolf King. Without any superfluous words, he directly sent Wu Yan and the others to the ancient castle. Here, only Jiang Wei, Ren Wushuang, Dong Xingyang, Shen Long, and Shen Mei were left. Shen Mei walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Thank you for letting us bury the hatchet, and also thank you for giving my brother the pills." Qin Feiyang smiled, took out a 9-chew yellow dragon pill and handed it to Shen Mei. So the extra pill was prepared for her. Wolf King muttered. At the same time, Dong Xingyang and the others' eyes shone brightly. But Shen Mei looked suspicious and puzzled. What kind of pill is this? Shen Long hurriedly said, "Little sister, it's the kind of pill I told you about just now." What? Shen Mei's eyes trembled, and she quickly waved her hand. "It's too precious, I can't accept it." Ren Wushuang smiled, "Just accept it, don't be polite with him. Anyway, he has a lot. Besides, it's also my credit that he can have these pills." A lot? Dong Xingyang and the others felt that they were about to suffocate. It was not an exaggeration to say that this kind of pill was a peerless treasure. They always thought that Qin Feiyang did not have many, but they did not expect Ren Wushuang to say that he had a lot. He really wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. But they did not understand Ren Wushuang's last sentence. How could it be Ren Wushuang's credit? Wolf King impatiently urged, "Can you hurry up? If you delay any longer, the people of Kong State might all run away." Shen Mei finally came back to her senses, trembling as she reached out and took the 9-chew yellow dragon pill, and said gratefully, "Thank you." "No problem." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Shen Mei was now a 6-star war emperor, and a 9-chew yellow dragon pill with 4 patterns was enough for Shen Mei to break through to the War Master realm. In this way, the strength of the spirit state would undoubtedly soar by a large margin. Then, Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words, and sent Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei to the ancient castle. He turned to look in the direction of Wan Xiao and the others, and said coldly, "Let's go, it's time to settle the score with them." Whoosh! Immediately, 4 people and 1 wolf turned and quickly left the canyon, plunging into the forest and disappearing. Chapter 591. When Qin Feiyang and the others arrived at the battlefield, the battle between Yu Province and Kong Province had not yet ended. How do we deal with them? Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Let's observe the situation first. Qin Feiyang scanned the front. There was a small hill dozens of meters away, covered with shrubs. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang called out and walked towards the hill. When they arrived at the foot of the hill, the 4 people and 1 wolf did not stop. They climbed up the hill and stood in the bushes, overlooking the battlefield. Wan Xiao still did not make a move. He stood there with his hands behind his back, like a king looking down on the battlefield. Not far away, the twin sisters stood side by side. They looked calm, but there was a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Around the 3 of them, the 1-star battle sects of Yu Province and Kong Province were fighting fiercely. Further away, the 29-star combat emperors of the 2 provinces were also fighting fiercely. Deafening rumbles were incessant. Everyone was covered in blood, as if they were bathed in a rain of blood. A tragic aura enveloped the world. Didn't you say that the people of Kong Province were already thinking of retreating? Why do they look like they're ready to fight to the end? Jiang Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "With Wan Xiao here, it's not that easy to retreat." Wan Xiao was too fast. Even if they wanted to retreat, they had to find the best opportunity. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to escape safely, but they would also accelerate the destruction of Kong Province. Because once they started to retreat, their fighting spirit would be greatly reduced. On the contrary, the fighting spirit of Yu Province would be greatly increased. At that time, under the leadership of Wan Xiao, they would chase after them and the Kong province would face the risk of being completely wiped out. Therefore, the Kong province did not dare to retreat easily. Then what should we do now? Shenlong asked. What should we do? Of course we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The fiercer they fight, the more serious their injuries will be. It's more advantageous for us. Wolf King smiled sinisterly. Jiang Wei said, what if they fight and the other side compromises? Dong Xingyang's pupils contracted as he said in a deep voice, we really can't rule out this possibility. They might even form an alliance. Immediately, Shenlong and Jiang Wei's hearts became heavy. If one side was already so strong, who would be able to stop them if the two sides formed an alliance? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Your concerns are not without reason. We do need to take precautions. Dong Xingyang asked, do you have any ideas? Shenlong and the other two also looked expectantly at Qin Feiyang. In terms of brains, everyone here admitted that they were no match for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and smiled bitterly. Don't have too much hope for me. I really don't have any ideas right now. The three of them looked at each other. As you all know, benefits outweigh everything else. In the face of great benefits, no matter how deep the hatred is, it can be temporarily put down, just like me and Dong Xingyang. Qin Feiyang said. The three of them nodded. What Qin Feiyang was talking about was the phenomenon of this era. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. In a cruel place like the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, even if the blood between the two sides was as deep as the sea, it was still possible to become friends in the next moment. Therefore, in the face of the current situation, all plans were in vain. Wolf King glanced at the four of them and shouted impatiently, do you need to worry about this and that? If you want me to say, just go ahead. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, White-Eyed Wolf is right. If you can win, then go ahead. If you can't, then run. It's not that complicated. Okay, then let's go. Dong Xingyang and the other two nodded, their eyes flashing with a sharp light. Let's split up and kill all the 9-star combat emperors in the 2 provinces first. If there's a chance, continue to kill the combat masters. If there's no chance, then come closer to me and be ready to enter the castle at any time. Qin Feiyang warned. At the mention of the castle, Dong Xingyang and the others were full of confidence. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 4 men and 1 wolf immediately split up and sneaked in different directions. The location of the 29-star combat emperors was still some distance away from Wan Xiu and the others. As long as they were quick, they could kill them all before Wan Xiu and the others arrived. Qin Feiyang went to the right side, where there were dense weeds along the way. 200 meters ahead, the 2 9-star combat emperors were in a killing frenzy. In addition, Qin Feiyang deliberately concealed his aura, so the 2 of them did not notice him at all. Soon, Qin Feiyang lurked near the 2 men, hiding in the bushes. At the same time, Wolf King, Dong Xingyang, Shenlong and Jiang Wei were already in place. Their eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Attack! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a loud shout and leaped out from the underbrush like lightning. Who's there? This shout immediately alarmed everyone. One by one, they all turned to look at Qin Feiyang. It's that pervert! The twin sisters suddenly exclaimed. Pervert? Is he Qin Feiyang? The people of Yuzhou were all bewildered. That's right. I'm the Qin Feiyang you're looking for. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and his aura suddenly erupted. How dare a mere 8-star combat emperor come out and cause trouble? You're courting death. The 9-star combat emperor from Yuzhou immediately abandoned the 9-star combat emperor from Kong province and turned to attack Qin Feiyang. Peeping at the 2 ladies bathing is an unforgivable crime. Surrender now and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. The 9-star combat emperor from Kong province also immediately attacked Qin Feiyang. Courting death? Surrender? I really don't understand. Who gave you the courage to say such words? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Boom! When he raised his arm, a terrifying invisible force surged out from the tip of his index finger and rushed toward the two men. Humph! The two men snorted coldly and activated their battle arts at the same time. They were very confident in their strength. Because in their understanding, there was an insurmountable gap between a 9-star combat emperor and an 8-star combat emperor. But the result was something they could not bear. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the invisible force crushed the two battle arts like a hot knife through butter and drowned the two of them. Ah! Screams suddenly resounded through the sky. The two men did not even have time to react before they were torn into pieces by the invisible force. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the soil red. Trash. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and attacked another battlefield. What a powerful combat strength. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the people from Yu province and the people who controlled it shrank. Even Wan Xiu's expression changed. At the same time, Wolf King, Dong Jingyang, Shenlong and Jiang Wei also appeared and killed the two 9-star combat emperors near them. Dong Jingyang and the other two were 1-star combat masters. Their cultivation was stronger than Qin Feiyang's. Killing 9-star combat emperors was like child's play to them. Of course. The most violent one was Wolf King. He used the void escape step and each of his claws grabbed a rib. Wherever he went, no one could compete with him. Moreover, the two 9-star combat emperors who died under his hands had their heads split open. It was extremely bloody. After killing their targets, they did the same as Qin Feiyang. They didn't delay for a moment and charged towards another battlefield. In just a moment, 10 9-star combat emperors died tragically on the spot. The combat masters of the two provinces were caught off guard by this unforeseen event. In addition, Qin Feiyang's strength shocked them. Therefore, when they came back to their senses, Wolf King, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already entered the next battlefield. Looking at the aggressive 4 men and 1 wolf, the remaining 10 9-star combat emperors, whether they were from Kong province or Yu province, had the first thought in their minds was to escape. However, Qin Feiyang, the other 3, and Wolf King came prepared. Moreover, whether it was in terms of speed or strength, they had an absolute advantage. They had no chance to escape. Ah! Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the remaining 10 9-star combat emperors died one after another. All of this happened slowly, but the whole process took less than 3 breaths. A total of 29-star combat emperors from the two provinces were all killed. 4 men and 1 wolf each killed 4 9-star combat emperors. At this moment, Wan Xiu and the others had already come back to their senses, but it was too late. All they could see were the cold corpses. At the same time, Dong Jingyang and the other two, along with Wolf King, moved closer to Qin Feiyang while sizing up Wan Xiu and the others. They wanted to see if there was a chance to kill 1 or 2 more combat masters. Suddenly, Wolf King's eyes locked onto a certain place. There were 2 young men in this place. One was from Yu province, the other was from Kong province. Both of them were combat masters. These 2 men were only 50 meters away from Wolf King, but they were more than 200 meters away from Wan Xiu and the others. It's them. Go! Wolf King roared and rushed towards the 2 men without hesitation. His character was like this. He would do what he said without any nonsense. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang, Dong Jingyang, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei also immediately turned in the air and rushed towards the 2 men. You killed them and still want to kill us? You're courting death. When the 2 1-star combat masters saw the 4 men and 1 wolf rushing towards them, they were immediately enraged and rushed towards them without dodging. At the same time, Wan Xiu, the twin sisters, Feng Hua, and Feng Wuxia. In short, the combat masters of the 2 provinces moved out together, aiming at Qin Feiyang and the others. They all mastered superior auxiliary battle arts and were extremely fast. Especially Wan Xiu, who had mastered perfect auxiliary battle arts. It was as if he had crossed time and space. In the blink of an eye, he had closed half the distance. Not good. 3 2-star combat masters and 8 1-star combat masters. We can't beat such a lineup. It's better to retreat as soon as possible. That's right. We've already killed all the 9-star combat emperors. We can be considered to have avenged everyone. We can't kill 2 1-star combat masters. Dong Jingyang and the other two secretly transmitted their voices to Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Wolf King shouted, "Don't be afraid. Brother and little Qin Zi are here. You just have to give it your all. Alright, we'll go crazy with you." The three of them gritted their teeth and began to perform their battle arts. Fiend God Seal. White Tiger Art, Tiger out of the cage. Quicksand Art, Sandstorm. In the blink of an eye, 3 great battle arts appeared. Dong Jingyang's battle art was a palm-sized square seal that emitted a pitch-black light. It was as if a peerless demon had appeared in the world, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. Shenlong's battle art was a white tiger that was more than 300 meters long. It was like a mountain in the sky, its ferocious aura was earth-shattering. Jiang Wei's battle art turned the surrounding soil and gravel into sand, forming a giant sandstorm. The wind whistled and released an astonishing destructive force. Kill. As soon as the 3 great battle arts were formed, Dong Jingyang and the other two shouted. Their long hair fluttered in the wind and their aura was overwhelming. Boom. Immediately. Chapter 592. Seeing this, the pupils of the 2 1-star combat grandmasters constricted and they were somewhat hesitant. Because they could tell at a glance that Dong Jingyang and the other two were using superior battle arts. If they fought head-on, 2 against 3, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. But when they thought of Wan Xiao and the others who were rushing over to help, they were confident. Although the other party was a 1-star combat grandmaster, they were also 1-star combat grandmasters. In a battle of the same level, they would at most be injured. It was impossible to say that the battle arts of the 3 would kill them on the spot. And as long as they delayed for a while, when Wan Xiao and the others arrived, these people would undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, the 2 of them did not hesitate and began to use their battle arts, preparing to give it their all. Clang. However, at this moment, a deafening metallic sound reverberated between heaven and earth. A pitch-black chain, like a giant python, streaked across the sky and coiled around the 2 people before the 3 battle arts could reach them, binding them together. That's right. This was Dong Jingyang's fighting soul. Shenlong and Jiang Wei were overjoyed when they saw the fighting soul. Obviously, they also knew the power of this fighting soul. But the 2 1-star combat grandmasters showed a disdainful look. A mere iron chain wanted to bind them, it was simply a fool's dream. But immediately after, their faces changed color. Freeze. With a low shout from Dong Jingyang, the iron chain suddenly shone brightly and emitted an obscure aura. And the 2 of them were immediately frozen in the air as if they were frozen, unable to move at all. The 2 of them were scared silly. What kind of iron chain was this? How could it have such a terrifying ability? In the blink of an eye, the 3 battle arts arrived and slammed into the 2 people with overbearing momentum. Boom. Ah. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the 2 of them suddenly screamed. In just an instant, the 2 of them were dripping with blood. Damn it. Seeing this, Wan Xiao and the twin sisters' eyes turned cold. Boom. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them raised their arms and struck out with their palms. 3 terrifying waves of battle chi rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others like a tide. Retreat. Dong Jingyang shouted. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he looked at the 2 1-star battle ancestors. Although the 2 of them were struck by the 3 great battle arts, they didn't lose their lives and were still breathing. If he didn't completely end their lives, the 2 of them would be full of energy again very soon. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang hardened his heart and shouted, white-eyed wolf. Understood. Wolf King roared as he grabbed 2 ribs and rushed towards the 2 men. Lunatic. Dong Xingyang and the other 2 cursed loudly. Wan Xiao and the twin sisters had already made their moves. Anyone with a bit of rationality would have chosen to flee immediately. However, these 2 fellows actually made such a crazy move. One had to know that this was equivalent to gambling with their lives. You guys go to the castle first. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice entered the 3 people's ears. What? The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang wanted to fight against 3 2-star battle ancestors alone? Wasn't this nonsense? Absolutely not. Because in the current situation, Qin Feiyang was an indispensable key figure and must not have an accident here. However, without waiting for them to speak, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 3 of them felt their bodies lighten. The next moment, they appeared in the castle. Bastard. There must be a limit to your nonsense. Isn't this courting death? Immediately, the 3 of them were so angry that they stomped their feet in the castle. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang turned to face Wan Xiao and the twin sisters, his face as calm as water. You guys were still fighting fiercely before. Why are you all united against a common enemy when you see me? I'm really puzzled. Where did I offend you guys? Is it because I'm too outstanding that you feel threatened? His tone was also very calm. But in the ears of Wan Xiao and the other 2, it didn't sound like this. They all felt that Qin Feiyang was teasing them. Shuerhua said fiercely, "You damn pervert, I must dig out your eyeballs today." Sigh, I really didn't peek at you guys bathing. Why don't you believe me? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his right hand and a bright golden light burst out like a torrent, colliding with the battle chi of Wan Xiao and the other 2. Boom! At this moment, the earth trembled. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and his arm shattered on the spot. Even his body was cracking, and the bloody wounds were shocking. The 3 2-star combat grandmasters were too powerful. He had a feeling that if he didn't find a way to stop it, his body would definitely be torn apart. Fight! Without hesitation, he decisively activated the battle formula. His eyes and long hair instantly turned blood red. Endless fighting spirit shook the sky. The cracks on his body also stopped abruptly. Although they didn't heal, they didn't continue to crack. That was really dangerous. Qin Feiyang felt a lingering fear and raised his left hand again. Because the previous palm strike didn't reflect the battle chi of Wan Xiao and the other 2. Boom! The golden light appeared again and turned into a bright waterfall that pounced on the battle chi. The 2 met again. Qin Feiyang's left hand was also shattered on the spot, flesh and blood flying everywhere. But this time, Wan Xiao and the other 2's battle chi was finally reflected. Although this change was a bit sudden, Wan Xiao and the other 2's reaction wasn't slow. They quickly used auxiliary techniques and quickly retreated to the side. Ah! It was also at this moment. 2 screams sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Wolf King waved his ribs and mercilessly smashed the heads of the 2 1-star combat grandmasters. They died tragically on the spot. I'm going to kill you. Wan Xiao and the other 2 were completely enraged. 10 9-star combat grandmasters and 1 1-star combat grandmaster. This kind of loss was simply a disaster for Serene State and Kong State. Kill us? I might as well tell you that this is just the beginning. Whoever dares to touch the people around me, Qin Feiyang, will pay a heavy price no matter who it is. Remember my words, the next game will be even more fun. Qin Feiyang grinned and took Wolf King directly to the ancient castle. Where is he? Wan Xiao and the others from Serene State were suddenly surprised. He disappeared into thin air just like last time, damn it. The twin sisters were furious. Last time? Wan Xiao looked at them suspiciously. Xuanning said, not long ago, we fought with him, and he used this method to escape. Wan Xiao said, it seems that I underestimated him. Although this person is only an 8-star combat emperor, his temperament and methods are extremely powerful. He is likely to be our biggest enemy in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. I have a suggestion, let's form an alliance. At this moment, Feng Huo rushed over and said to Wan Xiu. The burly man from Serene State said, impossible, if it wasn't for your Kong State, how could Qin Feiyang have the chance to kill so many of us? If it wasn't for you, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have been able to kill so many people from Kong State. Feng Wuxia snorted coldly. Wan Qiu glanced at the 3 1-star battle ancestors on his side, then looked at Feng Wuxia and the others, and said, we can form an alliance, but the benefits we obtain in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, we each want half. Of course. Feng Huo nodded and extended his hand with a smile. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Wan Xiu just glanced at him indifferently and then turned his head away. His expression was full of disdain for Feng Huo. Feng Huo resentfully retracted his arm, but he wasn't angry. He turned to Feng Wuxia and said in a deep voice, go and call Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. I feel that there is something fishy about this. The burly man from Serene State frowned. Who are Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong? Feng Huo said, they are the kings of the inner palace of the spirit state. They were the ones who brought us here this time, and they were also the ones who instigated us to snatch the people of the spirit state. Heard of it. Wan Qiu's pupils shrank slightly. Could this be a conspiracy? A cold light flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the burly man and said, you go too. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Understood. The burly man nodded his head heavily. Following that, Feng Wuxia and the burly man rushed towards the mountain ridge. All of this was clearly seen by Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, who were on top of the mountain. Murong Xiong retracted his gaze and looked at Dongfang Wuhan angrily. This is your plan? Tell me, what should we do now? I also didn't expect things to turn out like this. Dongfang Wuhan sighed deeply and nodded. This matter is indeed my fault. I neglected Shenlong and Jiang Wei, but I can't figure it out. When did they break through to the War Master? If Shenlong and Jiang Wei had not broken through to the War Master, then it would definitely be a different situation. Murong Xiong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The people of the Kong State and Yu State did not understand Shenlong and Jiang Wei, but they understood that it was absolutely impossible for them to break through to the War Master so quickly. This was because only a year had passed since the two of them broke through to the 9-star War Emperor. Suddenly, Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flashed, and he said, I think, it must be related to Qin Feiyang. It has something to do with him? Murong Xiong frowned. Dongfang Wuhan said, back then, when Qin Feiyang and Dong Qing fought in the inner palace, have you heard of it? Murong Xiong said, of course I've heard of it. At that time, Qin Feiyang was only a war king, but for some reason, his cultivation suddenly began to soar. Dongfang Wuhan continued, there's one more thing that I don't know if you've noticed, but anyone who has a good relationship with Qin Feiyang, their cultivation will suddenly increase by a large amount in a period of time. Is there such a thing? Murong Xiong frowned. In the past, when he was in the inner palace, he was basically in closed-door cultivation. As for the matters outside, as long as it wasn't a particularly big matter, he wouldn't ask about it, nor would he be interested in knowing. Yes. Although I'm also in closed-door cultivation, I've always had people inquire about Qin Feiyang. For example, Yan Nanshan, Lu Yun, Fan Jian, and Yin Yuanming. Especially Yin Yuanming. He was only a 5-star war emperor before, but ever since he met Qin Feiyang, not long after, I heard that he had already stepped into the War Master. Dongfang Wuhan said. Murong Xiong was extremely bewildered. This was too strange. I have a bold guess. Qin Feiyang must have some method, or some pill, that can raise someone's cultivation level in a short period of time. Dongfang Wuhan said in a low voice. Hearing this, Murong Xiong's eyes immediately lit up and asked, then, should we continue to follow the people from the Kong province, or should we go find Qin Feiyang and the others? It's no longer feasible to continue following the people from the Kong province. After all, they're not fools. They're probably already suspecting us. So we can only go find Qin Feiyang and the others. Firstly, our safety is guaranteed if we're with them. Secondly, we can also take the opportunity to investigate what method Qin Feiyang used to make Shenlong and Jiang Wei break through. Maybe, after we build a good relationship with him, he'll even help us improve our cultivation. Dongfang Wuhan laughed. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, brilliant. Murong Xiong gave a thumbs up and laughed sinisterly, but suddenly frowned and said, "We were still scheming against him before, are you sure he'll accept us again?" "Only we know that we're scheming against him, he doesn't know. If we really find him, he might even thank us. After all, we've also contributed to killing so many people from the Kong province." Dongfang Wuhan said with a chuckle, as if everything was under his control. Murong Xiong nodded and laughed. "That's true, if we didn't bring the people from the Kong province here, it would be difficult for them to save Ren Wushuang and the others, let alone kill so many people. Let's go, Feng Wuxia and that big man should be coming for us, we can't let them catch us." After Dongfang Wuhan finished speaking, he turned around and jumped down, quickly disappearing into the jungle below. Chapter 593. In the castle. Although it was crowded at the moment, it was unusually quiet. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, full of disbelief. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have time to run in the face of the situation just now. Dong Jingyang and the other 2 were the best examples. They didn't have the courage to fight at all. But this man and wolf didn't retreat at all and insisted on killing those 2 people. In the end, not only did they succeed in killing those 2 people, but they also escaped safely. Who in the world could compare with such amazing means and courage? It was no wonder that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King could have today's achievements. Wolf King glanced at the crowd and said proudly, "Do you think I'm very handsome now? You all want to be my little followers?" Some people were stunned. Some people shook their heads speechlessly. Wolf King chuckled and said, "If you want to, just say it. Don't hold it in. It's uncomfortable." Speaking of this, he changed the topic and said disdainfully, "But I don't want trash like you even if you want to pay." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately stared at him angrily. "What? Have you forgotten whose territory this is?" The Wolf King stood up like a human and swept his gaze over everyone in an overbearing manner. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. "Brother Wolf, don't be angry. Yes, you are so wise and handsome. It's too degrading to argue with small people like us. It's not that we don't want to be your little followers. We know ourselves well. We don't have the qualifications. Yes, we don't even deserve to carry your shoes." Someone went up and smiled flatteringly. "That's more like it." Wolf King laughed and was beaming with joy. He enjoyed the feeling of being complimented. Qin Feiyang at the side couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw this. Dong Jingyang looked at Wolf King with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's hands were shattered and his body was covered in blood, he frowned and said, "Are you okay?" "It's nothing serious." Qin Feiyang softly smiled and deactivated the battle character tactic. Immediately, he felt dizzy and his body wobbled. Previously, with the support of the battle character formula, he didn't feel anything. However, as soon as he stopped using the battle character art, he felt extremely weak. Seeing that he was about to fall, Wolf King hurriedly stepped forward and supported Qin Feiyang. He roared, "Fatso, quickly give me the pill." Fatso quivered and quickly took out the regeneration pill and healing pill. He stood up and stuffed them into Qin Feiyang's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a majestic energy that surged towards Qin Feiyang's limbs and bones. Qin Feiyang immediately felt that his body was like a dry desert, crazily absorbing this energy. His condition was also gradually improving. He shook his head forcefully and looked at Fatso and Wolf King. "I'm fine now. You guys go and cultivate. Don't waste time. Then be careful." Wolf King reminded. He turned into the size of a palm and landed on the altar. While cultivating, it was also convenient for him to monitor everyone. Qin Feiyang also sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly recovering from his injuries. Lu Xingchen walked up and sat next to Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "Brother Qin, you guys are really awesome this time. Not only did you save us, but you also killed so many of them." Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at Lu Xingchen. He said lightly, "Then shouldn't you do something? After all, I'm your savior now." "Do something?" Lu Xingchen laughed and shook his head. "You owe me for now. Who knows, you might need my help one day." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If that day really comes, I just hope that Brother Lu won't take advantage of me." "Am I that kind of person?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. "People's hearts are in their stomachs. Who knows?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. His words were somewhat meaningful. Lu Xingchen nodded. "That's true. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future." Then, the two of them fell silent. One of them cultivated, while the other recuperated. But Dong Xingyang and the others looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why did this conversation sound so awkward? Was there something between the two of them that no one knew? However, everyone was tactful enough to not ask. A moment later, suddenly, a surprised voice sounded from outside. "Why are you guys the only ones back? Where are Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong?" It was Feng Hua's voice. "They're gone." Feng Wuxia's voice sounded, with a bone-chilling coldness. "It seems that it really is a conspiracy. A mere spiritual state played you guys like a fool. Your Kong state is really a joke." It was Wan Xiu's voice, full of mockery. Feng Wuxia snorted. "We were indeed too careless in this matter, but your Yuzhou state is no better. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen through their conspiracy until now." Wan Xiu said expressionlessly, "I don't talk to brainless people." "Who are you talking about?" Feng Wuxia raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Do you want to fight again?" "Enough, stop arguing." Feng Hua shouted at this time, looking quite angry. But it was not directed at Feng Wuxia, nor at Wan Xiu. It was because they were schemed against by Dongfang Wuhan and felt very uncomfortable. Feng Hua said, "Although we were schemed against this time, we still have chips in our hands." Chips? Feng Wuxia and the others were stunned. At the same time, Qin Feiyang in the castle also had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Dong Xingyang and the others also frowned. What chips did these people have? "Our chips are Ren Wushuang." "Wan Xiu, you may not know, but this Ren Wushuang is the granddaughter of the Spiritual State Mansion's Mansion Lord. As long as we hold her firmly in our hands, Qin Feiyang will come to us sooner or later." Feng Hua said. "The Mansion Lord's granddaughter?" Wan Xiu was slightly taken aback and nodded. "This is really an unexpected surprise. Let's go and find them, they should be nearby." So the group turned around and looked in the direction of the small valley. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. So this was the chip that Feng Hua was talking about. When they find that valley and see the situation there, their expressions will be very interesting. Shenlong smiled slyly. Jiang Wei said, "How about we go out and take a look?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. After coming to this castle, they couldn't leave as they wanted. Only Qin Feiyang could send them out. "Don't go and join in the fun. Although we won a great victory this time, the Kong state still has 2 2-star battle sect and 3 1-star battle sect. The Yu state also has 1 2-star battle sect and 3 1-star battle sect. And the Cloud state. Mo Wushan and Yen Tianfeng are both veteran battle sect masters and can break through to 2-star battle sect at any time. As for Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher, although they have just broken through to 1-star battle sect, their strength cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that the people of these 3 states all have irreconcilable enmity with us. Our current situation can be said to be besieged on all sides. It is extremely bad. Therefore, time is very important to us. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone's faces were also filled with worry. Qin Feiyang continued, of course, it's not like we don't have a chance of winning. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. In this situation, they really couldn't find any hope of winning. But why did Qin Feiyang dare to say such a thing? Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to say much, but I can tell you with certainty that the final victory will definitely belong to us, the spirit state. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. But gradually, the flames of hope burned in their hearts. They would doubt the words of others, but the words that came out of Qin Feiyang's mouth seemed to carry a magical power that made people involuntarily believe it. Qin Feiyang, if I don't kill you, I, Wan Xiu, swear that I am not human. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from outside. Obviously, Wan Xiu and the others had already found the canyon. Ren Wuxuang frowned and sighed. It seems that the enmity between us and the Yu state is already irreconcilable. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, it doesn't matter, sooner or later, either you die or I die. Ren Wuxuang said, then what do you think we should do next? What we need to do now is to hide our strength and bide our time. Although this way, we will fall behind the other 8 states, but there is also an advantage. The people of the Cloud State, Kong State, and Yu State have appeared one after another, which means that the people of the other states may have also entered the Death Swamp. At that time, as long as they meet, a battle will be unavoidable. Qin Feiyang said. You want them to fight first, and then we go out and take advantage of them? Dong Zhengyang asked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered, as long as you want to go to the imperial capital, no one will be able to escape unscathed. In fact, his real purpose was to wait for Wolf King. As long as Wolf King broke through to the War Master realm, even Wan Xiu, who had mastered perfect auxiliary battle arts, was nothing to worry about. Ren Wuxuang pondered for a moment and said, all right, we'll listen to you. Let's hide our strength and bide our time. Everyone was preparing to go into seclusion, but at this moment, a familiar voice sounded from outside. Qin Feiyang, are you there? It was Dongfang Wuhan. Dongfang Wuhan had some understanding of the ancient castle, so after Wan Xiu and the others left, he brought Murong Xiong to the place where Qin Feiyang had disappeared. What is he doing here? Dong Zhengyang immediately frowned. Shenlong and Jiang Wei also had looks of disgust. Even Wu Yan and Su Yang had faces full of anger. Someone sneered, I think they must have run back to us because they have nowhere else to go. Senior brother Qin, back then they heartlessly abandoned us and killed so many of our people. Now we don't care about their lives and let them fend for themselves outside. Another person followed. Jiang Wei and Shenlong both nodded in agreement. Because they all knew Dongfang Wuhan's ambitions, they definitely could not let these two get close to everyone. Qin Feiyang shook his head, no, I think we can let them in. What? Are you stupid? Shenlong and Jiang Wei looked at him in disbelief. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said to the two of them, I'll go out and meet them first. You guys tell everyone about their conversation on the mountain so that everyone can be mentally prepared. What conversation? Ren Wuxuang and the others were suspicious. Shenlong smiled coldly and said, the people from the Kong region were brought here by them. Their plan is also very good. They want to take advantage of the situation and kill us all. Shenlong and Jiang Wei took turns to narrate the story to everyone. At the same time. Chapter 594. As soon as he appeared, Qin Feiyang saw Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. But seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Murong Xiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. This abnormality happened to be noticed by Dongfang Wuhan, and he immediately raised his eyebrows without a trace. No matter how dissatisfied you are in your heart, you have to hold it in now. After secretly transmitting a message to Murong Xiong, Dongfang Wuhan turned to look at Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and smiled, Junior brother Qin, congratulations. Congratulations? Qin Feiyang pretended to be puzzled. Dongfang Wuhan laughed. You killed so many people from Kong Province and Yuzhou. Isn't it worthy of congratulations? So that's how it is, we were just lucky. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, of course, this time you guys contributed the most. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have such a big harvest. Junior brother Qin, we are ashamed to say that. It was you guys who really did it, we just moved our lips, we really don't dare to covet this credit. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand and said with shame. You can do such an amazing feat just by moving your lips. You two are really the pillars of our spiritual state. If it weren't for your help, it would be more difficult for us to reach the other side than to reach the sky. Qin Feiyang sighed, his eyebrows full of worry. Heard about it. Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flashed with a smile, and he secretly transmitted a message to Murong Xiong. What did I say? He will definitely be grateful to us. Murong Xiong secretly mocked. Humph, I thought he was smart, but it turns out he is just an idiot. It's not that he's an idiot, it's that we are too smart. Also, I don't know if you heard it, but he just hinted that he hopes we can return and continue to lead them. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and transmitted a message. I'm not a fool, of course I can hear it. But I was thinking, since he begged us to come back, then we must put on airs. Only in this way can we show our identity, status, and importance. Murong Xiong transmitted a message. No. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Feiyang is? Arrogant and prideful. If we put on airs now, I'm afraid we'll end up making a fool of ourselves. In my opinion, why don't we give him a way out? Dongfang Wuhan secretly said. Murong Xiong thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission. All right, I won't interrupt. You do as you see fit. Yes. Dongfang Wuhan secretly agreed, and then a trace of disappointment and frustration crawled up his face. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Junior brother Qin, to be honest, we also want to come back and help everyone, but I know that we have made an irreparable mistake, and we don't have the face to face everyone. What a hypocrite. Qin Feiyang secretly despised him and asked, Senior brother Wuhan, are you talking about the last time you escaped alone? Yes. Dongfang Wuhan nodded and lamented, Murong Xiong and I are very regretful right now, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Even if there is medicine for regret, I can't forgive myself. Murong Xiong interjected. Looking at the regretful appearance of the two, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but secretly laugh. If he hadn't heard the conversation between Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong with his own ears, he would have really believed their nonsense. But now, even if they said a lot of things, he wouldn't believe them. However, since he was going to act, he naturally had to accompany the two of them to finish this play. Actually, you two senior brothers don't have to blame yourselves. Because in that situation, if it were me, I would have done the same. After all, it's every man for himself. And regarding this matter, I have also discussed it with everyone, and everyone has said that they have forgiven you two senior brothers. If you two senior brothers don't mind us for being troublesome, please come back and continue to help everyone. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, his expression full of pleading. Has everyone really forgiven us? Dongfang Wuhan pretended to be very surprised and pleasantly surprised. Every word is true. They are now in my castle. If you two senior brothers don't mind, you might as well follow me in and ask everyone personally. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The two looked at each other, as if it was difficult for them to make a decision. But in their hearts, they were already overjoyed. Originally, they thought that it would take a lot of effort to enter the castle, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. Wasn't this a pie in the sky? The two of them were undoubtedly even more proud. It seemed that in Qin Feiyang's heart, they were really important. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he cupped his hands and said, Senior brothers, you don't have to rush to make a decision. You can think about it for as long as you want, but I really hope that you can come back. No. Dongfang Wuhan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior brother Qin, don't misunderstand. We really want to go to the castle and apologize to everyone in person, but what's there to but? Isn't there a saying that goes like this? The past is like smoke, let bygones be bygones, and live well in the present. Qin Feiyang said. As if waking up from a dream, Dongfang Wuhan said, Junior brother Qin, your words are simply enlightening. I was too stubborn before. Okay, let's go to the castle. That's right. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and looked very excited. With a wave of his hand, he appeared in the castle with the two of them. Ren Wuxuang and the others in the castle not only learned about the ambitions of Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan, but also heard all the conversations between the two of them and Qin Feiyang. Therefore, when they saw the two of them come in, their expressions were a little unfriendly. But under Dong Xingyang's secret signal, everyone concealed the unfriendliness in the blink of an eye. In fact, Dong Xingyang also didn't know what Qin Feiyang's purpose was. But he believed that Qin Feiyang must have his own plans, so he asked everyone to cooperate with him. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan looked at the castle, their hearts full of greed. This was the mysterious castle. If this castle was theirs, they were confident that their current achievements would not be lower than Qin Feiyang's. Jealousy, envy, and hatred occupied their hearts for a moment. All of this was seen by Qin Feiyang. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. With such a temperament, they still wanted to play tricks. It was really ridiculous. He coughed dryly and said with a smile, Two senior brothers, don't you have something to say to everyone? Yes, yes, yes. The two of them quivered and quickly concealed their greed. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Ren Wuxuang and the others, and his face was full of apology. He bowed and said, Everyone, I'm sorry. I don't expect you to forgive our mistakes. I only hope that you can let us continue to fight with you. I'm sorry. Murong Xiong also bent down and lowered his head, his face full of regret. Ren Wuxuang and the others looked at the two of them with disgust, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing beside Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan. Qin Feiyang nodded without a trace. Dong Xingyang said, Since you already know your mistakes, we naturally won't say anything more. Ren Wuxuang nodded and said, Yes, after all, we are all people of the spiritual state, and there is also an unerasable friendship between us. Let bygones be bygones. In the future, we will be united, advance and retreat together, and strive to reach the other side and enter the imperial capital. We will let the people of the other 8 states know that our spiritual state is not to be trifled with. Shenlong said, his words sonorous and powerful. Junior brother Shenlong is right. I, Dongfang Wuhan, hereby swear that if I can't lead everyone to the other side in the future, I will apologize with my death. Dongfang Wuhan said. Led? Everyone couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Qin Feiyang said hesitantly, Senior brother Wuhan, there is something I haven't had time to tell you. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, Just say it. At that time, after you left, everyone was a little out of their wits. Dong Xingyang and I saw that the situation was not right, and after some discussion, we let Ren Wuxuang be the captain. Qin Feiyang said. The smile on Dongfang Wuhan's face suddenly froze. Ren Wuxuang smiled and said, In fact, as long as it is for the good of everyone, it doesn't matter who is the captain. If you want it, I will return it to you now. Although he didn't say it clearly, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they could understand. At that time, you abandoned everyone and escaped alone. Now, you have no face to be the captain. With Dongfang Wuhan's brain, he naturally understood. But at this time, he couldn't turn hostile and could only pretend that he didn't understand. It's okay, I can understand. I also know that I am no longer qualified. And whether it is for public or private reasons, Wuxuang is the most suitable person. You can rest assured that in the future, I will definitely do my best to assist Wuxuang without any selfish motives. Dongfang Wuhan said solemnly. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Wuhan is truly righteous. Yes. With the addition of senior brother Wuhan and senior brother Murong, the people standing on the other side in the end will definitely be us. Wu Yan and Su Yang laughed. The others were also full of smiles. But there was one person who never said a word. Even when Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Qin came in, they didn't even open their eyes to look. This person was Shen Mei. After entering the castle, she took the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. At this time, the effect of the pill had completely taken effect. Boom! All of a sudden, her aura exploded and soared crazily. In just an instant, she stepped into the 7-star War Emperor. At this moment, everyone looked at her. But their expressions were different. For example, Shenlong clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Wei and Dong Xingyang were also quite excited because they knew that a war master would soon be born. But those who didn't know had a look of surprise. As the granddaughter of old Master Shen, Shen Mei was naturally the focus of attention in the inner hall. Therefore, everyone present knew that Shen Mei had just broken through a small realm not long before the start of the 9 regions battle. In such a short time, she actually broke through again? But what shocked them was just the beginning. In less than 3 breaths. Boom! Shen Mei's aura soared again, and she broke through to the 8-star War Emperor. Continuous breakthrough? Everyone was dumbfounded. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong looked at each other, their eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Boom! Not long after, Shen Mei's cultivation had another breakthrough. 9-star War Emperor. This time, not to mention Wu Yan and the others, even Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong felt like they were dreaming. Breaking through 3 small realms in a row, what kind of joke was this? Suddenly, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. In the past, Qin Feiyang and Dong Qing fought in the Sacred Hall. Not only Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong knew about it, everyone else also knew. At that time, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had broken through several realms in a row. Could it be that Shen Mei's continuous breakthroughs were also related to Qin Feiyang? Otherwise, what other explanation was there? Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, "Junior brother Qin, you are really amazing. I wonder if you can tell me what method you used to make her break through continuously?" Hearing Dongfang Wuhan's words, many people's eyes became incomparably fiery. Qin Feiyang scanned the audience and shook his head. "This matter has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you?" Everyone was stunned, and their eyes were filled with disappointment. However, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong did not believe Qin Feiyang's words and silently calculated in their hearts. After breaking through to the 9-star War Emperor, Shen Mei's aura was still rising. Could it be that she's going to step into the War Master just like that? Everyone stared at Shen Mei, their eyes burning. But just as Shen Mei's aura reached the limit of the 9-star War Emperor and was about to break through to the War Master, it suddenly stopped. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and then they all heaved a sigh of relief. If she stepped into the War Master just like that, then the War Master would be too worthless. Shenlong asked with concern, "Little sister, how do you feel?" Shen Mei opened her eyes and said with a smile, "I have already broken through the shackles. In less than an hour, I will definitely be able to break through to the War Master." Good, good, good. Shenlong was overjoyed, and a trace of gratitude could not help but appear in his eyes. This was his gratitude to Qin Feiyang. Shen Mei was the same. However, they did not say it out loud and hid it in their hearts. Hearing Shen Mei's words, those who had just heaved a sigh of relief felt a storm in their hearts. "Shen Mei, are you sure you're not joking?" Wu Yan swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty. "Whether I'm joking or not, we'll know soon enough." Shen Mei glanced at Wu Yan indifferently, then closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. Wu Yan immediately wailed. "Oh my God! What did this woman do?" Su Yang and the others also cried out that the heavens were unfair. Shenlong swept his gaze across the noisy crowd and shouted, "All of you, shut up. If anyone dares to disturb Xiao Mei's cultivation, then don't blame me for being ruthless." In an instant, the ancient castle fell into a deathly silence. But Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of a smile. Being so concerned about Shen Mei, it seemed that the resentment in Shenlong's heart had completely dissipated. Then he turned his head to look at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, and said with a smile, "Two senior brothers, shall we go out for a stroll?" "Sure." The two looked at each other, and then nodded to Qin Feiyang. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang appeared outside with the two of them, and then walked straight towards the small canyon. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong followed beside him. After walking for a while, Dongfang Wuhan asked in confusion, "Junior brother Qin, where are we going?" Qin Feiyang said, "To find Feng Wuxie and the others." "What?" Their eyes froze. There was no doubt that the people of the Yuzhou and the Kong continent had already gone crazy. To actually provoke them, this guy was absolutely crazy. "Don't be so nervous, I'm just going to see if there's a chance. If there's a chance, then kill a few more. If there's no chance, then go to the ancient castle to cultivate in seclusion." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. He said it lightly, but Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong wished they could immediately turn around and slip away. Chapter 595. A moment later. Qin Feiyang climbed to the top of the mountain on the left side of the canyon with ease. Looking down, he immediately frowned. Wan Xiu, Feng Hua, and the others were all in the canyon. Moreover, they were still recuperating with their eyes closed. However, the distance between them was very close, and no one was alone. Dongfang Wuhan stood behind Qin Feiyang. He stuck his head out and frowned. "I'm afraid there's no chance." However, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they wouldn't have to fight with the people from the two continents. However, Qin Feiyang remained silent. This made Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan nervous. They were deeply afraid that Qin Feiyang would be impulsive and continue running like this. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Dong Xingyang, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei appeared one after another. Then, Qin Feiyang said, "All of you, help me take a look, is there a chance?" The three of them looked down and frowned. Dong Xingyang said, "There is definitely a chance, but it will take a risk." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and said, "Continue. From the looks of the current situation, we definitely don't have a chance, but we can create one. Let's first have someone act as bait and lure away a portion of them. The rest will naturally be easy to deal with. After all, our strength isn't weak either. But the risk is the other party's two-star war sect, because we don't have anyone here who can fight against a two-star war sect. To be honest, I don't support this." Dong Xingyang said. Shenlong said, "Qin Feiyang, back then, when you were in the cloud region, how did you kill that two-star war sect commander?" Qin Feiyang said, "It was unexpected." In other words, you don't have the confidence either. If that's the case, then it's too risky. I think we should just forget about it. Shenlong advised. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It wasn't that he wasn't confident. On the contrary, he had full confidence that he could capture both the secluded region and the Kong region in one fell swoop. His confidence came from those 5 ribs. The power of the rib bone was beyond imagination. Those who possessed it were almost invincible in the same realm. If it was in the hands of Dong Xingyang and the others, killing the one-star battle sect of the 2 great provinces would definitely be as easy as cutting vegetables. Even Wan Xiu and the twins were probably no match for them. However, Qin Feiyang had to be on guard. What if Dong Xingyang and the others did not return it to him after obtaining it? If it was Fatso and the others, he would naturally trust them unconditionally. However, Dong Xingyang and the others were not easy to deal with. When that time came, he could only watch helplessly. Because of the rib bone in his hand, he was no match for these people with his meager strength. Therefore, after much consideration, Qin Feiyang gave up on this idea. "Who?" Letting out a long sigh, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you and let them live a little longer." Finished. He brought them into the castle and went into seclusion to cultivate, waiting for Wolf King to come out of seclusion. As long as Wolf King came out of seclusion, all hidden dangers would no longer exist. 3 days later. Wan Xiu and the others also opened their eyes. They did not continue to stay and rushed towards the depths of the death swamp. Somewhere in the southern part of the death swamp, a group of young people in white walked into the forest. There were a total of more than 20 people. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful, but their bodies were covered in dirt and looked a little embarrassed. "Save me!" Suddenly, a person who was scouting ahead stepped on a pile of dead leaves and his whole body immediately sank into the ground. He stretched out his hand and called for help in horror. The leader was a young man with long sky-blue hair like a waterfall. His eyes were even more like the blue sea, giving people an unfathomable feeling. This person's appearance was also extremely good-looking. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a tall figure. He wore a white robe and a fiery red jade pendant at his waist. He exuded an outstanding aura from head to toe. Hearing that person's call for help, this person swooped down and rushed forward like lightning. He reached out and grabbed that person's arm, quickly pulling that person out. And that person's body was now covered in mud. Looking at the place where he had sunk, it was a quagmire. After escaping, that person patted his chest with lingering fear and looked at the young man, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ling." The young man called Senior Brother Ling waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay, be careful next time." "Okay." That person nodded and went around the quagmire, continuing to scout ahead. Senior Brother Ling turned to look at the people behind him and said, "Everyone, we are already deep in the death swamp. Danger can exist anywhere, and swamps can be seen everywhere. We must be careful at every step." Someone immediately said, "As long as Senior Brother Ling is here, we are not afraid of any danger." The others also looked at Senior Brother Ling with admiration. Senior Brother Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's continue." "Okay." Everyone responded loudly and followed behind the person who was scouting ahead in an orderly manner. A young woman in a white dress walked to Senior Brother Ling's side and stopped. She asked, "Do you think they will come?" This woman's appearance was average, but her temperament was outstanding. Standing in the crowd, she was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No one could ignore her. She also had a fiery red jade pendant on her waist. "Definitely." Senior Brother Ling nodded. The woman said faintly, "After being separated for so many years, I really hope to see them soon." "Don't worry, we will see them soon," Senior Brother Ling said. He looked up at the blood-red sky, as if he was thinking of something good, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the north of the death swamp, two young women stood at the edge of a cliff. A light breeze blew past, blowing their long hair and clothes. These two women also looked average, but at this moment, they looked like two fairies who were about to fly away with the wind, making people involuntarily mesmerized. Moreover, they also had jade pendants on their waists, but the difference was that these two jade pendants were milky white. The woman on the left said, "Time really flies." The woman on the right nodded and said, "Yes, a few years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder if they will recognize us when they meet us this time." "They definitely won't recognize us. After all, we have changed our appearances. Actually, I really don't understand why the old man won't let us show our true faces." The woman on the left frowned slightly. The woman on the right shook her head and said with a smile, "The old man's thoughts are too hard to guess. We just have to do as he says." "Then, should we go directly into the depths of the death swamp or look for them?" "The death swamp is so big. Looking for one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry, I believe that we will meet soon." The two women's conversation was very soft, but there was an indescribable emotion in it. At the foot of the mountain, there were more than 10 young men and women. They were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed, and their auras were very strong. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the ancient castle. Everyone was awakened and looked at the source of the aura, including Qin Feiyang. However, the expression on his face was as different as heaven and earth. The other's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, looked rather excited. Because that aura came from Wolf King. And its aura was approaching the War Master at an extremely fast speed. In other words, at this moment, it had already reached the juncture of a breakthrough. And Wolf King's breakthrough not only meant that he had the capital to roam the 9 nether yellow springs, it also meant that there was finally a War Master in this small team. Dozens of breaths passed. Wolf King's aura had already reached the critical point of the 9-star War Emperor. He was only a small step away from stepping into the War Master. But at this moment, the skyrocketing aura suddenly stopped. Immediately. Qin Feiyang frowned, his heart filled with confusion. Wolf King withdrew his aura and also opened his eyes. What's going on? Could it be that you've encountered some difficulty? Qin Feiyang asked nervously. Yes. We've encountered a very difficult problem. Wolf King nodded and said very seriously. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang's nerves immediately tensed up. Whiz! Wolf King flashed and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, muttering a few words into Qin Feiyang's ear. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was startled, then his face darkened, and he fiercely knocked on Wolf King's head. Wolf King rubbed his head and said angrily, Big brother didn't lie to you, why did you hit me? You didn't lie to me, but is this problem as difficult as you said? What nonsense. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, walked to the front of the altar, bit his finger, opened the iron box, and then grabbed the universe bag inside, and took out a potential pill. That's right. Wolf King stopped breaking through because he did not open the 5th stage of the potential gate. At the same time, Wu Yan and the others behind him were all staring at the iron box. They had noticed this iron box a long time ago, but Qin Feiyang had never opened it, so they did not know what was inside. At this moment, seeing that this iron box could only be opened with Qin Feiyang's blood, they immediately felt incredulous. Especially Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, their hearts were filled with greed. Without a doubt, there must be some kind of treasure in this iron box. Maybe the secret that allowed Shenmei to break through continuously was hidden in this iron box. Clang! At this time, Qin Feiyang closed the iron box, turned around and glanced at the crowd, his gaze lingering on Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's faces. Although the two of them hid it well, he still caught a trace of it. Humph! He secretly snorted, walked in front of Shenmei, and said in a low voice, Do me a favor. What? Shenmei looked at him suspiciously. Half a month had passed, and Shenmei had already broken through to War Master, becoming another great king of the spiritual state. In his heart, he was also grateful to Qin Feiyang. Let's talk about it when we get out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Shenmei and Wolf King to the peak of the mountain on the left side of the canyon. Then, he whispered a few words into Shenmei's ear. Immediately, Shenmei looked at Wolf King enviously. The gate of potential. This was something that countless people dreamed of, and it was even more unrealistic. But Wolf King had already opened the 4th level of the gate of potential, and now he was going to open the 5th level? It would be a lie to say that she wasn't jealous. However, she was already very satisfied. If not for Qin Feiyang's help, who knew how long it would take to step into the War Master. Therefore, she didn't have any extravagant hopes for the gate of potential. With the help of Shenmei's pressure, Wolf King smoothly opened the 5th level of the gate of potential. The potential imprint between his eyebrows also turned light blue. Break. Following that, Wolf King let out a low shout, his aura suddenly erupted, shaking the earth for several miles, and his cultivation soared straight to 1-star War Master. Its body grew even larger, reaching a full 30 meters. Its fur was like silk, shining with a dazzling light. His huge eyes were like the stars. At this moment, it had transformed into a peerless beast, its ferocious might spreading in all directions. What a powerful ferocious might! In a dense forest in the northwest direction, more than 50 young men and women gathered on top of a mountain. Looking in the direction of Qin Feiyang and the others, their eyes were filled with shock. The strength of this ferocious might is comparable to that of a War Master. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful beast in the death swamp. Looks like we have to be more careful in the future. A few people were discussing in low voices. Come, let's go over and take a look. A slightly gloomy voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke stood at the head of the crowd. His body was thin, and he had a hooked nose. His eyes were like a pair of eagle eyes, and his gaze was rather sharp. Heard of it? A burly man hurriedly stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Tan Wu, you can't. Tan Wu raised his eyebrows and said, Reason. The burly man said solemnly, without a doubt, that beast has the strength of a war master. If we attract its attention, there will definitely be endless trouble, so it's best not to provoke it. What you said is nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if it has the strength of a 2-star war master, I have the ability to subdue it. Tan Wu said confidently. Subdue? The burly man was stunned. That's right. Although our overall strength is strong, the other 8 provinces can't be underestimated either, so I want to subdue it. This way, our strength will increase by a large amount. Tan Wu sneered. The burly man thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Don't say, this idea is not bad, but what if we can't subdue it? Just kill it directly. Tan Wu smiled coldly, then jumped down and entered the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and follow. The burly man waved his hand and led the others to quickly chase after him. Ayo. At the same time, Wolf King raised his head and roared, venting the excitement in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, and laughed, Little Qin Zi, are you envious of me? Qin Feiyang laughed, Then tell me, why should I be envious of you? Wolf King said proudly, Because I stepped into the War Master 1 step earlier than you, and I will protect you in the future. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and turn small. Go to the castle and discuss with them, and then set off for the depths of the death swamp. But at this moment, a surprised voice sounded. There's someone else who came before me? Tan Wu climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at Qin Feiyang and Shinmei suspiciously. The 2 men and 1 wolf turned their heads to look and immediately raised their brows. There was a word embroidered on Tan Wu's chest, Crane. This meant that this person was from the He province. At the same time, Tan Wu also looked at the word on Qin Feiyang's chest and said in realization, So it's people from the spiritual state, but why is it only the 2 of you? Are they all dead? A trace of anger immediately crawled up Shinmei's face and said, What did you say? It seems that your ears are not good. Listen carefully, I am the captain of the He province. You can call me Tan Wu by my name, but I advise you to respectfully call me Lord Tan Wu. Lord Tan Wu? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? He said, What if I say no? It doesn't matter. However, this wolf cub is my prey. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Tan Wu said overbearingly. Prey. Chapter 596. Wolf King's eyes flickered with a fierce glint as he said, Say it again, who's the prey? You can speak. Tan Wu was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, That's good, it's convenient to communicate. From now on, you'll follow me, and I'll guarantee you peace for the rest of your life. Follow you? Wolf King looked at Tan Wu strangely. Was there really something wrong with this person's idiocy? He grinned and said, Sure. Tan Wu laughed loudly and said, Straightforward, I like your personality. The corner of Wolf King's mouth twitched, and he held back his laughter as he asked, And then? Is there a need to ask? Of course it's to kill those 2 people behind you with me. Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and Shinmei, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Kill them? Wolf King turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Shinmei with a thought-provoking gaze. Shinmei's heart turned cold, and she asked Qin Feiyang rather nervously through voice transmission, Wolf King will be fine, right? If Wolf King really betrayed them, it would be one disaster after another for spiritual state. What problem can there be? Qin Feiyang shook his head and could not help but laugh. In this world, anyone could betray him, but the Wolf King wouldn't. Wolf King suddenly turned his head and looked at Tan Wu, saying, "Can't you tell that I'm in cahoots with them?" In cahoots? Tan Wu immediately frowned. Wolf King shook his head and said mockingly, "Looks like your brain really doesn't work well." Humph. So what if we're in cahoots? Tan Wu snorted coldly and said, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. They're not even as strong as you. What qualifications do they have to make you follow? Only by choosing me will your future be bright." Wolf King pondered for a moment and nodded. "What you said makes sense. How about this? I just happen to be lacking a human pet. Why don't you follow me? Not only will I guarantee you a lifetime of glory, but I will also give you a great fortune." Tan Wu was still very happy at first. But when he heard the latter half of the sentence, his expression immediately darkened. After Wolf King finished speaking, he said, "I gave you face, but you don't want it? Fuck. Who's the shameless one? You think you're qualified for me to follow you?" Wolf King sneered. "Audacious. To dare speak to fifth senior brother Tan like this, are you courting death? Kneel down and apologize, and I'll leave your corpse intact." At this moment, the burly man and the others climbed to the top of the mountain. As soon as they heard Wolf King's words, they angrily rebuked. "So many people?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "Shen Mei, what's their cultivation level?" Shen Mei hurriedly scanned and sent a sound transmission. For 1-star War Sect, 8 9-star War Emperor, and the rest are between 4-star and 7-star War Emperor. However, I can't see through Tan Wu's cultivation level, so he should be a 2-star War Sect. This lineup is also stronger than ours. Qin Feiyang sighed. It seemed that the spirit state was at the bottom of the 9 great provinces. Because until now, the spirit state didn't have a single 2-star War Sect overseeing it. Shen Mei felt the same way. At the same time, Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King in ridicule. But suddenly, he turned his head and glared fiercely at the burly man and the others, saying, "Why are you all so fierce? What if you scare them? Yes, yes, yes. It's all our fault. Senior brother Tan Wu, please don't be angry." The burly man and the others nodded repeatedly, but their eyes were filled with playfulness. Tan Wu said, "I didn't say that you guys were wrong, I just wanted to say that we have to keep a low profile, understand?" I know. Keeping a low profile is simple." The burly man and the others laughed. "You're worth teaching." Tan Wu nodded with a gratified smile, then turned to look at Wolf King and said with a smile, "Don't listen to them. As long as you kneel down and apologize, I will still consider letting you follow me." Whoosh. Wolf King turned into the size of a palm and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He looked down at Tan Wu and said disdainfully, "If you kneel down and apologize, I will also consider letting you continue to be my human pet. Do you really want to die?" Tan Wu's gaze darkened. "Huh," Wolf King laughed out loud, his gaze suddenly turned cold, and said, "I think the one who wants to die is you. Is a 2-star War Sect very awesome?" Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Tan Wu's body trembled, and a terrifying aura surged out. At this moment, he was like a wild beast that chose people to eat, causing people to tremble in fear. Shen Mei's gaze trembled, and said in a low voice, as expected of a 2-star War Sect, "Wolf King, are you confident?" Wolf King said in dissatisfaction, "Little girl Shen, how can you ask such a stupid question? Who am I? I am a valiant, divine, and invincible divine wolf, do you understand?" Shen Mei's face twitched, and then she wisely remained silent, in case Wolf King called her an idiot again. At the same time, Wolf King looked at Tan Wu in an overbearing manner, and said, "Don't waste my time, bring your motley crew, and attack together." A motley crew? You actually dare to look down on us? The burly man and the others were furious. There's no need for senior brother Tan Wu to take action to deal with you 3 little dregs. I alone am enough to make you kowtow and beg for mercy. A skinny young man walked out from the crowd. He swept his gaze across Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, his eyes filled with contempt. Even more arrogant than me? Then I'd like to see if you really have the ability. Wolf King grinned, revealing his dense fangs. Then open your eyes wide for me. The skinny young man shouted angrily, his aura exploding as he rushed towards the two men and the wolf. One Star Wars sect? A hint of astonishment appeared in Wolf King's eyes, and then he said, no wonder you dare to jump like this, so you have some strength. Unfortunately, you met me, so you're destined to die. Whiz. With a leap, it landed on the ground and used the void escape steps to welcome the skinny young man. Shen Mei looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, this is its first battle after breaking through to the War Master. Its self-esteem will not allow it to lose. Shen Mei nodded suspiciously, and continued to pay attention to Wolf King. She, who hadn't interacted much with Wolf King, was only limited to rumors about Wolf King's methods and strength. She had rarely seen it with her own eyes, and she didn't know anything about the people of He Province, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. Die. Can you do it? Finally. When the man and wolf met, it was like a meteor had collided, and a destructive wave of air suddenly appeared and pounced out in all directions with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. The mountain peak beneath his feet instantly collapsed. Following closely, the entire canyon was razed to the ground, and dust covered the sky and covered the sun. With a wave of Shen Mei's jade-like hand, battle chi surged and condensed into a battle chi barrier. She brought Qin Feiyang and retreated into the distance. At the same time, Tan Wu also protected all the people of He Province. Both sides were staring at the battlefield. But the difference was that Shen Mei was rather worried. Qin Feiyang, Tan Wu, and the rest of the people from He Province all had calm expressions. Qin Feiyang trusted Wolf King, and the people of He Province also trusted the skinny young man. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the dust. Immediately, a faint smile crawled onto Qin Feiyang's face. Shen Mei also heaved a sigh of relief. But the faces of the people of He Province were filled with disbelief. Tan Wu also frowned. Because this scream came from the skinny young man. Woo-woo. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly rose in this place. The dust that filled the sky was quickly blown away, revealing everything. The earth was shattered, and the chasm spread. But he only saw Wolf King, and did not see the skinny young man. At this moment, Wolf King was standing in front of a chasm, its small body emitting a monstrous aura. It lowered its head and looked inside the chasm, its eyes filled with contempt. Obviously, that skinny young man was inside the chasm. Rustle, rustle. Accompanied by a faint sound, the skinny young man slowly crawled out. But the current him had already lost his previous vigor. His entire body was dripping with blood, and his left arm was even shattered. The right side of his chest was also caved in, and his flesh was badly mutilated. The corners of Wolf King's mouth lifted, and he said, "This is the strength that you said is enough to make the three of us kneel and beg for mercy?" The skinny young man said gloomily, "Wasn't it just a moment of carelessness and was caught off guard by you? What are you being arrogant for? A moment of carelessness?" Wolf King chuckled, his gaze filled with amusement. The skinny young man was enraged to the extreme, and he roared, "Beast, the good show is yet to come, let's continue." "Shut up." But at this time, Tan Wu shouted, "Still think that you haven't embarrassed yourself enough? Back down." The skinny young man's body trembled, and he turned to look at Tan Wu, saying in horror, "Senior apprentice brother Tan Wu, please give me another chance, I can definitely kill it." Tan Wu became increasingly impatient. The burly man at the side glanced at the skinny young man and said with clasped hands, "Senior apprentice brother Tan Wu, if we don't fulfill his wish now, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for him to walk out of this shadow in the future. Senior apprentice brother, if I can't kill it, I'll commit suicide on the spot." The skinny young man followed. Be it his tone or attitude, they were both very decisive. Tan Wu's gaze was dark. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you another chance." "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." The skinny young man was overjoyed and bowed in thanks. Then, he took out a regeneration elixir and consumed it, turning to look at Wolf King. Wolf King shook his head in disappointment and said, "You're not an ordinary fool. Because if you listen to that idiot and back down now, you might still be able to save your life." Tan Wu clenched his fists. The idiot that Wolf King was referring to was clearly him. He shouted to the skinny young man, "That stubborn fellow has no value to be used. I'll give you 10 breaths to tear it into pieces." "Yes." The skinny young man nodded and reached out with his right hand. Battle chi surged out like a tidal wave. Clang. Following that, a deafening metallic sound sounded. A gigantic golden sword appeared out of nowhere in an instant, its terrifying aura shaking the heavens and earth. Unparalleled slash. Immediately after, the skinny young man roared and the gigantic golden sword trembled in the void, slashing towards Wolf King with an apocalyptic sharpness. The sword chi was like a rainbow. Before he could even get close, the ground beneath the Wolf King split open with a loud crack, revealing a deep abyss. Unparalleled slash? That's quite a scary name. However, why does it look like a paper tiger? Nice to look at but useless? Wolf King smiled mockingly and his aura surged as he transformed into a muscular wolf instantly. Standing on the ground, he was like a peerless ferocious wolf that appeared in the world with a ferocious might spreading in all directions. Clang! The gigantic golden sword arrived instantly and its resplendent light illuminated the heavens and earth. Right at this moment, Wolf King did not retreat at all as he reached out with his thick claws to meet the gigantic golden sword. Boom! Snap! The moment they met, the ground within a radius of several kilometers trembled violently, collapsing and sinking as though the end of the world had arrived. At the same time, the gigantic golden sword and Wolf King's claws were locked in a stalemate. However, the gigantic sword that seemed to be shockingly sharp only cut off Wolf King's fur and did not tear its skin. Moreover, the skinny young man was sweating profusely, but Wolf King was still calm and his eyes were still filled with contempt. How is this possible? Isn't its skin too thick? The burly man and the others turned pale with fright. Tan Wu was also rather shocked. As expected, it's just a paper tiger. Wolf King shook his head and sighed. His claws shook violently as a vast power roared out. With a clang, the gigantic golden sword instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Puff! The skinny young man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face turned pale and he lost his balance as he retreated. You are the first person I have killed after breaking through to the War Master. You should feel honored. Wolf King grinned as he used the void escape technique and rushed towards the skinny young man like lightning. Bastard, I'm going to tear you apart. The skinny young man was enraged, and a shocking aura erupted like a volcano. Clang! The next moment, a dazzling golden light rushed out from behind him. And within that golden light, there was a 3-foot-long thin sword that seemed to be cast from gold. Its brilliance dyed the sky. Battle Soul? Wolf King muttered as he prepared to activate his Battle Soul. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. Because in its opinion, this person was not qualified for him to use his Battle Soul. At the same time, Tan Wu and the others were also prepared to help, but when they saw the skinny young man activating his Battle Soul, they chose to endure it. They were very confident in the skinny young man. Bastard, I'll let you experience a true peerless slash. The skinny young man smiled sinisterly as his entire body was shrouded in a murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, the 3-foot-long thin sword turned into a ray of light and slashed towards Wolf King aggressively. The sharpness was even stronger than the gigantic golden sword from before. Is that so? Wolf King smiled playfully. He still did not dodge and punched out. Immediately, its fur was torn and blood flowed profusely. However, its bones were not injured. However, that 3 feet-long thin sword was forcefully smashed into pieces by a single punch. The skinny young man spat out blood on the spot and his face was deathly pale. Wolf King chuckled. How dare you say that this soft sword is a peerless slash? Are you here to be funny? Impossible. I am, after all, a fighting soul. How could its mere body of flesh and blood be destroyed? The skinny young man was dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. The burly man and the others were the same. Killing intent finally appeared in Tan Wu's eyes. The strength of this wolf had already exceeded his expectations. If he could not subdue it for his own use, he could only eradicate it. You've used up all your methods, right? Then I'll let you witness my ultimate skill now, the 8 Kings Fist. Wolf King was filled with heroism as he walked towards the skinny young man step by step. Stop it. Tan Wu shouted with killing intent in his eyes. Boom! 3 powerful auras erupted. In the next moment, 3 figures rushed out from the crowd on the He province's side and shot towards Wolf King. One of them was the burly man. The other 2 were young men, one tall and one short. The tall one was 1.9 meters, but his body was very thin and his skin was yellow. It could even be said that he was skin and bones, like a bamboo pole that would fall to the ground with a gust of wind. The short man was also not an ordinary short man. He was only about 1.4 meters tall and his skin was dark like a pig's. However, his body was rather robust. And these 3 people were all 1-star battle masters. Chapter 597. Seeing that, Shen Mei's face darkened, and said in a low voice, I'll go help. Qin Feiyang laughed faintly, no need, White-Eyed Wolf can handle it. Shen Mei was stunned. Wolf King's strength was obvious to all, it was undeniable. But one had to know that there were 4 1-star War Masters joining forces. No matter how strong Wolf King was, it was impossible for him to stop them. How could Qin Feiyang be so confident? The 3 of them were aggressive, but Wolf King did not take them to heart at all. He did not even look at them as he rushed towards the skinny young man. Looking at the skinny young man again, he was also panicking as he fled in a sorry state. However, Wolf King had grasped the perfect support technique, and his speed far surpassed the skinny young man's. Moreover, the skinny young man was currently heavily injured, and his speed was even slower than when he was at his peak. As a result, Wolf King caught up to him in a few steps. Don't kill me. Feeling the terrifying might, the skinny young man roared in fear. Stop. If you dare to kill him, even if you ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, you can forget about escaping. The 3 of them roared. What a useless piece of trash. At the same time, Tan Wu muttered, and a powerful pressure erupted, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Wolf King. The moment he was enveloped by the pressure, Wolf King paused for a moment, but in the next moment, he continued to attack the skinny young man. How is this possible? Immediately, Tan Wu looked at Wolf King with his mouth agape. The pressure was actually useless against it? Could it be that it had hidden its cultivation and was also a 2-star War Master? You don't know, right? I'm the reincarnation of the peerless wolf god. Your pressure can only make me stop for a moment. Wolf King chuckled, and punched towards the skinny young man's head. Senior brother Tan Wu, save me. The skinny young man screamed hysterically, his soul scared out of his wits. Tan Wu came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, Stop, everything can be discussed. However, Wolf King turned a deaf ear to his words and punched the thin young man's head. Crack. Ah, along with an ear-piercing sound, the skinny young man's head exploded on the spot. His blood-curdling screams echoed through the clouds. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud and died. Dead? Tan Wu's expression froze. The burly man and the other 2 were also dumbstruck. The other people of He province looked at the corpse of the skinny young man with disbelief. Amazing. Shen Mei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted, her face full of admiration. To be able to get rid of a one-star war sect in such a short period of time, such methods were truly extraordinary. However, and this was only the beginning. Whoosh! After Wolf King finished off the skinny youth, he saw that the burly man and the other two were still in a daze. He decisively launched a fierce attack. Like a bolt of lightning, it arrived in front of one of them. Its claws glowed with golden light as it slammed into the man's lower abdomen. Ah! That person let out a blood-curdling scream as his lower abdomen caved in. He was sent flying on the spot as he spat out blood. Bang! In the end, that person smashed into a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak collapsed in an instant, and the rumbling sound was deafening. My chi si, at the same time. A desperate roar came out from the shattered mountain peak. Chi si? Could it be? His chi si was shattered? The people of He province looked at the collapsed mountain peak with faces full of shock. Bastard, die. At the same time, the burly man and the other one-star war sect came back to their senses and immediately raised their fists. Their battle chi surged as they angrily charged towards Wolf King. Ha! Wolf King grinned, two thick claws extended out, and collided with the fists of the two. Boom! The burly man and the other two were sent flying on the spot. Their arms were lacerated and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Their eyes were filled with shock. They were both made of flesh and blood, so why were the two of them unable to defeat this beast even when they joined hands? I will return the words of that person to you without missing a word. With just my strength alone, I am enough to make you bunch of trash kneel and beg for mercy. Wolf King's aura became more and more astonishing. He stepped on the air and charged towards the two burly men, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. It was at this moment Tan Wu's pupils constricted as he anxiously said, after transforming, it has the strength of a 4-star war sect. You cannot use your flesh and blood to fight it head-on. Heard of it? Only then did the burly man and the other two come to a realization. It turned out that this beast had mastered a transformation battle art. No wonder its strength was so terrifying. Next, the two of them looked at each other and a confident smile crawled onto their faces. This beast had a battle art, and they also had a battle art. As long as they didn't let this beast get close to them, it wouldn't be able to harm them in the slightest. Whiz! With that thought, the two of them quickly retreated. At the same time, they stretched out their arms and their battle chi surged into the sky like a torrent. Clang! Next, a black scythe that was more than 10 feet long and a yellow broadsword that was dozens of meters long appeared in the sky, shaking out an ear-piercing metallic sound. Beast, the real battle has only just begun. The two of them smiled coldly. With a wave of their hands, the black scythe and broadsword cut through the sky with an astonishing sharpness and charged towards Wolf King. This was also evolved from a battle art. The aura it emitted was not inferior to Wolf King's in the slightest. Is that so? But why do I feel that the battle is already over? Wolf King teased. Dong! It stood upright like a giant descending into the mortal world. With every step it took, the earth would tremble. Its entire body had an invincible aura. As it approached, it actually used its bare hands to attack the black scythe and broadsword. Crack! Boom! The black scythe and broadsword instantly shattered. However, the fur on Wolf King's claws was also torn apart by the black scythe and broadsword. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, this was only a minor injury to it that could be completely ignored. Its footsteps did not pause at all. Accompanied by loud thumps, it continued towards the burly man and the other man. It was unstoppable. When he saw that, Tan Wu's expression was extremely dark and his gaze turned incomparably sharp. Swoosh! Suddenly, he took a step forward and stood in front of the burly man and the other man like a bolt of lightning. He looked at Wolf King with a shocking aura lurking within his body. The burly man hurriedly said, "Senior brother Tan Wu, there's no need for you to do anything. We can do it." The other person added, "We'll definitely be able to kill it. Please believe in us. We can." "You still dare to say such words at a time like this? I really don't know where you guys find your confidence from." Tan Wu shouted darkly. The burly man and the other man's expressions changed as they bowed. "Please calm down, senior brother. You're all useless trash." Tan Wu's face was as dark as water. He raised his finger and pointed at Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei in the distance. "Go and kill them. If you can't do that, you guys aren't worthy of being the kings of Crane Province. We won't let you down, senior brother." The two of them responded respectfully and immediately turned around to charge towards Qin Feiyang and the other man. "What are you running for?" The Wolf King grinned and used the void evasion step to chase after the two. "With me here, you won't be able to go anywhere." Tan Wu took a step forward and appeared in front of Wolf King in the blink of an eye. The aura hidden within his body erupted. "So arrogant?" Wolf King was slightly stunned and chuckled. "All right, I'll kill you first." Boom! The man and wolf directly clashed. Battle chi streaked across the sky and a terrifying destructive air wave swept in all directions. For a moment, the ground in this place cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the blood sun lost its light. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he pursed his lips into a playful smile. "I never thought that Wolf King would be so strong. That one Star Wars sect whose sea of chi was shattered still hasn't crawled out yet. He must be dead." Shen Mei shook his head and sighed. He acted as if he didn't see the two of them. Qin Feiyang laughed, "As long as you give it time, it can slaughter everyone in He Province. Even a 2-Star Wars sect can do it?" Shen Mei was surprised. "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked. This, Shen Mei hesitated for a moment. Although Wolf King was very strong, the 2-Star Wars sect was one small realm higher than it. Logically speaking, it was impossible for it to be Tan Wu's match. However, she had seen too many miracles on Wolf King's body, so she didn't dare to jump to conclusions. "You're already at death's door, yet you still have the mood to comment here? Speak, are you going to draw your swords and commit suicide, or are we going to kill you? I want to make it clear in advance. If we make a move, you will die miserably. You might not even have a corpse left." At this moment, the two of them stopped 10 meters away from Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei, their faces full of sneers and contempt. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the two of them, and laughed. "Are you that confident? You're just an 8-star war emperor. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. As for this woman, although she's a 1-star war sect, I don't believe that she's stronger than that beast. Moreover, we have quite a few 9-star war emperor and 8-star war emperor. Now tell me, what's your advantage?" The burly man disdained. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. "That's right, you guys do have a lot of people, but you're just a bunch of mobs. You're courting death." Their gazes turned cold. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. "Your confidence and carelessness might cause your entire He province to be annihilated today. Arrogant. Arrogant." The two of them were furious. Their auras surged at the same time, transforming into an invisible torrent that crashed towards Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his arm. Swish. At that moment, 5 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Dong Jingyang, Shenlong, Jiang Wei, Dongfang Wuhan, and Murong Xiong. As soon as the 5 of them appeared, they released their auras and collided with the burly man's and Shen Mei's auras. Pfft! The two of them were sent flying on the spot. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock. There were still people? Where did they come from? Moreover, they were all war sect. At the same time, seeing Dong Jingyang's group of 5 appear, Tan Wu's expression changed. The dozens of war emperors in Yi province were even more flustered. Dong Jingyang's group of 5, Shen Mei, and Wolf King. There were actually 7 one-star war sect in the spiritual state. Of course. Logically speaking, 7 one-star war sects would not be able to threaten their He province. This was because their He province had a 2-star war sect. However, that wolf cub was ridiculously strong. It had killed 2 of their kings in a row, and even Tan Wu was unable to take it down in a short period of time. Once Tan Wu was restrained, they would definitely face a calamity of destruction. Finally, it was really possible for He province to be completely annihilated. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of panicking war emperors in the distance, looked at the 2 of them, and asked with a smile, "I wonder if you guys still have confidence?" The pupils of the 2 men contracted tightly together. "Everyone, retreat." Suddenly, the burly man let out a roar and turned around to flee with the other man. With the 2 of them escaping, the rest of the people in He province were immediately defeated and fled in panic. "You want to escape?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a cold smile, and said, "Don't leave a single one alive." Whiz! As soon as he finished, Dong Jingyang and the others rushed out in unison, chasing after the 2 of them, including Shen Mei. Damn it! Seeing this, Tan Wu cursed in his heart, and used all his strength to strike towards Wolf King, wanting to leave. "Looks like you're in a hurry." Wolf King chuckled, and did not clash head-on with Tan Wu. He used the void escape step and slowly circled around Tan Wu. "Why is your speed so fast?" Tan Wu was incomparably furious. Wolf King thought about it very seriously, then shook his head and said, "Big Brother doesn't know either, maybe it's because Big Brother is too handsome." "Fuck you." Tan Wu was so angry that he cursed again and again. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he had met such a shameless wolf cub. It was just a beast, how could it be related to the word handsome? You're so uneducated. I really don't know how your parents taught you. Why don't I help them teach you?" Wolf King chuckled. "Bastard, go to hell." Tan Wu was enraged to the extreme. Originally, with his temperament, he would not be provoked by Wolf King's words, but now that the situation was dangerous, he was especially impatient. Boom! An aura even more powerful than before roared out of his body. Following closely, a stretch of black light rose from behind him, rushing high into the sky. Inside the black light, a palm-sized ancient blade was suspended. It was pitch black all over, emitting a mysterious and ice-cold aura. Wolf King said in surprise, "This is your battle soul?" "That's right. Once my battle soul comes out, no matter how fast you are, it's also hard to escape death." Innate divine ability, gravity domain. Tan Wu's eyes revealed killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the ancient blade released wisps of obscure energy. These energies were invisible, pouncing in all directions. Sensing carefully, it did not seem to pose any threat. However, the instant Wolf King was enveloped by these energies, he immediately felt a terrifying gravitational pressure coming over. His speed immediately reduced greatly. Gravity suppression. Wolf King was bewildered. "My fighting soul can release an invisible gravitational force and form an invisible gravitational territory of about 100 feet. Any living being that enters this domain, whether it is a fierce beast or a human, their speed will be suppressed by half." "How is it? The speed that you're so proud of is now suppressed. Do you feel despair?" Tan Wu couldn't help but laugh. "So that's how it is. The battle souls in the world are really endless." Wolf King muttered. Suddenly, 2 painful screams sounded. Tan Wu's laughter came to an abrupt end. Turning his head, he saw the burly man and his companion being besieged by Dong Jingyang and the rest, their blood splattered across the sky. "Today, none of you will live." Chapter 598. I didn't expect this person to possess such a terrifying battle soul. Qin Feiyang whispered. As everyone knew, speed was one of the keys to victory in a battle. And Tan Wu's gravity domain could suppress half of his speed. In the face of such a situation, if it was anyone else, it would be a disaster. If nothing unexpected happened, relying on this powerful battle soul, everyone here wouldn't be Tan Wu's match even if they added up. However, Qin Feiyang was confident and wasn't worried at all. Because Tan Wu was very unlucky to have met this white-eyed wolf. Hurry up and help Wolf King. At the same time, Dong Xingyang's group of 6 noticed the situation on Wolf King's side and immediately rushed to support Wolf King without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about it, you guys just need to deal with those remnants of Hizhou." The 6 of them were surprised, but they didn't ask any further. They turned around and chased after the fleeing people. After this period of time together, they could only use the word unfathomable to describe Qin Feiyang. Since Qin Feiyang dared to say this, then he must have a certain degree of confidence. Soon, the 6 of them chased into the forest and disappeared. At the same time, Wolf King stood on the ground, looked at Tan Wu with a big grin, and said, "Do you really think that your battle soul is invincible? Pretending to be calm? Continue to pretend, I'll see how long you can pretend." Tan Wu laughed incessantly. Pretend? Let me tell you, in terms of battle soul, you are not qualified. Wolf King snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura immediately broke out of his body. Following closely, its entire body emitted a resplendent golden light, and a golden beast shadow instantly appeared out of thin air. This beast shadow still couldn't be seen clearly, only an outline could be seen. However, its body was extremely huge. Its head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was as if the supreme beast had descended, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. What battle soul is this? Tan Wu stopped in his tracks and looked at the golden beast shadow. A wave of uncontrollable fear emerged from the depths of his heart. What battle soul? My fighting soul is the nemesis of all fighting souls. I won't be the one in despair. It will be you. The Wolf King laughed wildly. As soon as it finished speaking, its eyes became extremely sharp as it shouted, "Innate ability, strip." Immediately, as soon as the golden beast opened its mouth, a violent gale suddenly appeared in this world, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The battle soul above Tan Wu's head, which was also that black ancient edge, immediately flew towards that wide mouth. How could this be? Tan Wu turned pale with fright and made a prompt decision, preparing to disperse the battle soul. However, he discovered to his horror that the battle soul was already out of his control. An uneasy premonition arose in his heart. At this moment, Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, don't deprive him of his fighting spirit." Wolf King raised his eyebrows. Deprive the fighting soul? What do you mean? But Tan Wu had a look of bewilderment. Swish! Qin Feiyang executed phantom steps and swiftly landed in front of Tan Wu, saying coolly, "The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul's innate ability is to deprive others of their fighting spirit. In other words, once devoured by it, you'll lose your fighting spirit forever." What? Tan Wu was greatly shocked in his heart. Lose his fighting spirit forever, how could this be? One had to know. The reason why he could establish himself in Yi Province and become the Inner Palace's #1 person was because of this fighting soul. He could show disdain for heroes and intimidate everyone. Even the 10 great commanders of Yi Province had to be somewhat courteous to him. It was also because of this fighting soul. If he lost his fighting soul, without a doubt, he would definitely fall from the altar. At that time, he would be no different from an ordinary 2-star battle sect. Then everything that he had before would naturally turn into bubbles and shadows. This kind of drastic change was what he could not bear. But he also suspected whether or not Qin Feiyang was bluffing him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't doubt, I'm not bluffing you. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and serve me as your master for life, and I'll make the white-eyed wolf spare your life." Serve you as my master? Do you think that's possible? Do you have this qualification? Tan Wu laughed loudly without ceasing, his eyes full of disdain. Qin Feiyang did not get angry either and said coolly, whether I have this qualification or not, you'll know in the future. Amen. Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "May I ask what your distinguished self's name is?" Qin Feiyang said, "Qin Feiyang." Tan Wu's eyes went wide and he said in surprise, "You're Qin Feiyang?" "That's me." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. "Huh, I've heard that spiritual states Qin Feiyang is not only an alchemy prodigy, but also a martial Dao freak. Looking at it now, it's nothing more than this." Tan Wu shook his head and mocked. "How so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If you're really a martial Dao freak, why are you only an 8-star war emperor?" Tan Wu sneered. "When I was 15 years old, I started cultivating. Now that I'm 21 years old, more than 6 years have passed before I broke through to the 8-star war emperor. I'm indeed not worthy of the words martial Dao freak." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "What? Only cultivated for 6 years?" Tan Wu was dumbstruck. In 6 years' time, he broke through to the 8-star war emperor. This speed was simply rare in 10,000 years. If this wasn't worthy of being a martial Dao freak, then who was? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a peerless genius. However, he really couldn't do it if he wanted to serve him as his master for the rest of his life. Although he wasn't considered a peerless genius, his talent was considered first-rate in He province, and even in the entire Great Qin Empire. His pride didn't allow him to be someone else's servant. Wolf King said, "Little Qin Zi has never taken the initiative to subdue someone. You're the first, so you should feel honored." "Kill me." Tan Wu shook his head and closed his eyes, waiting for death to descend. "You think I don't dare to kill you?" Wolf King's eyes flickered with killing intent. "Wait." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop Wolf King and looked at Tan Wu. "Everything in the world is nothing more than fame and fortune. As long as you follow me, I promise here that I'll give you fame and fortune that no one can compare to. There will also be a place for you in the imperial capital." Tan Wu's body and mind trembled, and he was moved. The imperial capital, the holy land that countless people yearned for, was like an unattainable fortress that made people feel weak both physically and mentally. However, in this person's mouth, it was as if the things in front of him were at his fingertips. Where did this confidence come from? Wolf King said, "There's only one chance, cherish it. What you said is indeed very tempting, but it's nothing to me. Because I have this confidence. As long as you let me go, I can still enter the imperial capital with my ability." Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang said, "All right then, I'll let you go now." "What?" Wolf King was stunned. Tan Wu's face was also full of astonishment. Qin Feiyang continued, "I can let you go, but everyone else has to die." "Why? Don't you know that this is letting a tiger return to the mountain?" Tan Wu asked in disbelief. "Since I dare to let you go, I'm naturally not afraid of you stirring up trouble. Hurry up and leave before I change my mind." After Qin Feiyang finished talking, he nodded at Wolf King. Wolf King had a stomach full of doubts, but he also did as he was told, putting away his battle soul. Tan Wu also immediately dispersed his battle soul. After pondering for a while, he clasped his hands and said, "Today, take it as me, Tan Wu, owing you a favor." Finished talking, Tan Wu did not hesitate at all, turning around and leaving quickly. As for the others in He province, he did not care, nor did he have the strength to care. Wolf King frowned and said, "Little Qin Zi, your way of doing things. Isn't it a little lacking in consideration?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I've thought about it carefully." "Then I can't figure it out. Do you like him so much?" Wolf King was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't like him. I fancy his battle soul. If we can use it, it will definitely be of great help to us when we enter the imperial capital." "That's true. Suppressing half of his speed is equivalent to seizing half of the chance of victory, but he's proud and arrogant. It's impossible for him to submit. And you also know how great a threat his existence is to us. If we can't use him, it's best to eradicate him. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, don't worry, sooner or later, he will come to me. Wolf King opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he swallowed it back. Ah! At the same time. In the distant forest, screams could be heard endlessly. Although there were many people in He province, their cultivations were only at the battle emperor level. Facing Dong Xingyang's 6 battle masters, there was naturally no suspense. Several hundred breaths passed. The 6 of them walked out of the forest one after another. Their bodies were covered in blood and full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang asked, how was it? Dong Xingyang said with a smile, not a single one is left. We've dealt with them all. Where's Tan Wu? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, we couldn't stop him. He slipped away. Slipped away? Murong Xiong raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, so you're not confident either. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten rid of him first. Shenlong said, Tan Wu is not just a 2-star battle master. His battle soul's ability can be said to be heaven-defying. It's normal that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King couldn't stop him. That's right. Even if we joined hands to kill him, it would only be a few more deaths. It's already amazing that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King could force him to escape. Jiang Wei followed. Murong Xiong frowned, I'm just complaining, do you have to have such a big opinion of me? Shenlong coldly snorted, humph, we're just talking about the facts. If you don't like it, don't listen. Murong Xiong nodded his head and said impatiently, all right, all right, all right. I'll stop talking in the future. Is that all right? All right, there's nothing to argue about. Now, we should celebrate. Shen Mei laughed. With that said, a smile crawled onto everyone's faces. Although Tan Wu had slipped away, none of the other people in He province were left. Most importantly, with 4 less 1-star battle masters, it could be considered a complete victory. Dong Xingyang asked, Qin Feiyang, what should we do next? Shenlong and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. Although the captain was Ren Wushuang in name, in everyone's eyes, Qin Feiyang was the real leader. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sighed. After the confrontation with Kong Province, Cloud Province, Yu Province, and Yi Province, I feel that my strength is far from enough, so I plan to go into seclusion. Seclusion? The 6 of them immediately frowned. It had already been half a month since the last time he went into seclusion. The people from the other provinces might have already walked out of the death swamp. Chapter 599. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 of them and said with a smile, I only said that I would be in seclusion, I didn't say that you guys would also be in seclusion. What do you mean? Are you going to be separated from us for the time being? The frown on their faces deepened. Dong Xingyang, Shenlong, Shen Mei, and Jiang Wei really didn't want to be separated from Qin Feiyang. Because without Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to losing a strategist. As for Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, they were purely worried that after being separated from Qin Feiyang, they wouldn't be able to find the key to Shen Mei's consecutive breakthroughs. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, it's not that. Hearing that. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. But they were also very puzzled. How was it possible to be in seclusion and not be separated? Qin Feiyang walked over to Shen Mei's side and whispered a few words in her ear. After listening, Shen Mei revealed a look of realization, and at the same time, there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Then, Qin Feiyang first sent Wolf King to the castle, then took out a set of clothes from the Qingquan bag and laid it flat on the ground. He looked at Shen Mei and asked, do you remember what I said? Shen Mei nodded. Be careful. Qin Feiyang warned the 6 of them, then walked to the clothes on the ground, and with a flash, disappeared without a trace. He went to the castle. Dong Xingyang and the others looked at Shen Mei in surprise. Shen Mei nodded in response. Then, she bent down and grabbed the 4 corners of the clothes. She wrapped the clothes together like a bundle. What are you doing? Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Shen Mei didn't answer, put the wrapped clothes into the Qingquan bag, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Dongfang Wuhan didn't ask further. The 6 of them closely followed each other and headed towards the depths of the death swamp. Actually, the reason was simple. When Qin Feiyang entered the castle would fall on top of the clothes. Shenmei wrapped the clothes, which was equivalent to wrapping the castle in the clothes. In other words, the castle was now in Shenmei's Qinkuan bag. Of course, doing so was very risky. Because if it was someone with evil intentions, it was very likely that they would take the opportunity to threaten Qin Feiyang. Therefore, Qin Feiyang chose Shenmei. She had been in contact with Shenmei for a long time. Shenmei could be considered an upright person. In addition, she was like a sister to Ren Wushang, so she definitely wouldn't harm him. Inside the castle, everyone went into seclusion to cultivate. Especially Ren Wushang. When Shenmei stepped into the war sect first, she couldn't help but start to feel anxious. Outside, Dong Xingyang and the others traveled day and night without rest. For the first half of the month, the road was very peaceful, but after half a month, they encountered a swamp. They were everywhere. Moreover, many of the swamps were covered by dead branches and rotten leaves. They were also covered by grass and shrubs, making it impossible for people to guard against them. All 6 of them had fallen into the swamp before. At first, they didn't take it to heart, but when they really fell into the swamp, they realized how scary it was. Once trapped, there was no way to climb out. And the more he struggled, the faster he sank. After a long time, they all felt very aggrieved. One had to know that they were all war sect masters. Normally, a mere swamp would be like walking on flat ground. It wouldn't pose a threat to them at all. But now, they regarded the swamp as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Every step they took was like walking on thin ice. It was all thanks to the gravity in the air. But even though they were aggrieved, they still continued to walk. However, their speed slowed down a lot, and they didn't dare to rush at night. Because their vision at night was too poor, they would fall into the swamp if they weren't careful. As they continued to go deeper, bigger troubles began to appear frequently. There were actually all kinds of fierce beasts hidden in the swamp. And they were all very powerful. The weakest fierce beast was an 8-star war emperor. The key was that they were not bound by the swamp. They were like fish in water in the mud, coming and going freely. From time to time, they would jump out to ambush them, causing them to have a headache. As a result, the 6 of them had to pay attention to their feet, and on the other hand, they had to be careful of the fierce beast's sneak attacks. Their speed was undoubtedly slower. To be able to travel 5 miles a day was already considered fast. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. Roughly calculating, Qin Feiyang had been in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring for more than 5 months, almost half a year. And on this day, his aura suddenly erupted, soaring straight to a 9-star war emperor. At the same time, he opened his eyes, and 2 bright rays of light burst out from his eyes. I finally broke through. Feeling the surging power in his body, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. But when he looked at Fatso beside him, he let out a long sigh, full of deep helplessness. Because Fatso had already broken through to the 9-star war emperor, and was making his final effort to break through to War Master. But what about him? When he was in Yunzhou, he had already broken through to the 8-star war emperor. Later, he was imprisoned by the old man and cultivated in seclusion for 3 months. In addition to the 5 months in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, it took him a total of 8 months to break through to the 9-star war emperor. This speed, in the eyes of Wu Yan and the others, was already very amazing, but Qin Feiyang was very dissatisfied. But fortunately, he had finally broken through to the 9-star war emperor, and could open the 4th and 5th level of the Gate of Potential, making up for the gap in the past. And as long as these 2 levels were opened, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Fatso. With the help of Wolf King, Qin Feiyang smoothly opened the 4th and 5th level. He didn't go outside, but stayed in the ancient castle. Wu Yan and the others were envious. But they didn't know that Qin Feiyang was now taking the potential pill, and thought it was still the potential pill. Of course. This was deliberately done by Qin Feiyang. Because once the potential pill was exposed, it would definitely attract a lot of trouble. After successfully opening the 4th and 5th level, seeing that Dong Xingyang and the others outside could still handle it, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. Now, only by breaking through to War Master, would he have the capital to look down on the 9 states. There was also Ren Wuxuang worth mentioning. She was originally talented, and with the top-grade battle chi pill that Qin Feiyang gave her, she also broke through to the 4-star War Emperor not long after Qin Feiyang broke through to the 9-star War Emperor. And the 9 songs yellow dragon pill that Qin Feiyang gave her was 5 pill veins, which was enough for her to break through to 5 small realms. Therefore, on the day she broke through to the 4-star War Emperor, she took the 9 songs yellow dragon pill and stepped into the 9-star War Emperor. Wolf King also immediately helped her open all the gates of potential, and her cultivation speed instantly soared, catching up to Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Another 2 months passed. On this day, Fatso finally stepped into the 1-star War Master. The Pangolin also broke through to the 8-star War Emperor. Luo Qinshua, Lin Yi, and Lu Hong's cultivation had also made great progress. Qin Feiyang also faintly felt that it would take at most 2 months to step into the War Master. This made him sigh. The gate of potential really couldn't be faked. Opening one more layer, the effect was completely different. Everyone had been in the 9 nether yellow springs for more than 7 months. Qin Feiyang was ready to step into the War Master in one go. But on this day, Dong Xingyang and the others outside encountered big trouble. A swamp lay in front of the 6 people, emitting a pungent stench. This swamp was countless times larger than the swamps they encountered in the past few months. They couldn't even find the edge. At a glance, it was all mud. The 6 people stopped at the edge, all frowning. In the swamp, it wasn't that there was no solid ground. Every 100 meters or dozens of meters, there was a mound of earth, leading to the deepest part of the swamp. These mounds were at most 3 or 4 meters, like a wilderness island in the sea. And on each mound, there were all kinds of tenacious shrubs and weeds, and even some trees as thick as an arm. However, although there was solid ground, they couldn't fly, so they could only watch. A moment later, Shenmei retracted her gaze and looked at Shenlong and the others. She frowned and said, "What should we do now? There are only 2 ways. Either we take a detour or find a way to pass through those mounds." Dong Xingyang said. Shenlong said, "The swamp is too big. If we take a detour, I'm afraid it will delay us a lot of time." Dongfang Wuhan nodded and said, "Indeed, but if we pass through those mounds, our situation will be very dangerous. Yes, it's already very difficult to climb up those mounds. If we encounter a sneak attack from a beast, I'm afraid we will really die here." Jiang Wei sighed, his face full of worry. Shenmei said, "Qin Feiyang has many ideas. Why don't we let him come out with some ideas? There's no need. If we go to him for such a small matter, wouldn't it seem that we are too incompetent? For safety's sake, let's take a detour." Dong Xingyang said. "All right." Shenmei and the others nodded. Thus, the 6 of them walked along the edge of the swamp towards the south. This walk took 2 full days. But this swamp seemed to be endless, and there was no safe route. Damn it. What the hell is this place? After 2 full days of searching, the 6 of them were a little impatient. But in comparison, Dong Xingyang was a little calmer. He scanned the swamp and turned his head to look at the jungle behind him. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "Do you feel that something is wrong?" "What's wrong?" The 5 of them were surprised. Before this, most of the swamps we passed through had beasts lurking. But here, in such a large swamp, why can't we see a single beast? Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shenmei and the others couldn't help but frown. Murong Xiong said, "Could it be that there are no beasts in this swamp?" Dongfang Wuhan said, "If that's the case, then it's a great thing for us. Without beasts, they didn't have to worry about being sneak attacked by beasts. They could also find a way to use those mounds to cross this swamp. Dong Jingyang said, let's go ahead and look. If we can't find a safe route, we'll think of another way. Okay. Shen Mei and the others nodded. But even after searching until dark, they still didn't find anything. The 6 of them finally gave up and stopped on a large stone. They rested for the night and began to discuss countermeasures early the next morning. Finally, there was only one countermeasure that they came up with, which was to use trees to build a bridge between the 2 mounds. Building a bridge was a very simple matter for people with their cultivation base. However, they didn't act for a long time. They were all worried about whether there were any beasts in this swamp. Because once they entered the swamp, it would be difficult to turn back. If they encountered a beast, it would be a disaster. Phew. Finally, Dong Jingyang took a deep breath and said, anyway, we have to cross this swamp sooner or later. There's no need to hesitate. Let's start preparing. That's true. I'll go look for the wood for the bridge. You guys go look around and try your luck. Murong Xiong, come with me to help. Chapter 600. When the 2 disappeared into the jungle, Shenlong frowned and said, 2 people are needed to find wood? Isn't it obvious? They must want to say something in private, and they don't want us to hear it. Dong Jingyang sneered. Shenlong raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect them to still be so stubborn. Do you want me to follow them? No need. Dong Jingyang waved his hand and said, as long as they are a fox, they will reveal their tail sooner or later. Let's go. We'll do as they wish and go ahead to take a look. The 4 got up one after another and slowly walked along the edge of the swamp. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong stopped beside a big tree. Murong Xiong turned around and glanced at the jungle behind him. Seeing that no one was following, he whispered, this Qin Feiyang is really treacherous. Why do you say so? Dongfang Wuhan asked. Think about it. He let us travel outside every day, but he himself is in seclusion in the castle, enjoying the fruits of others' labor. I think if this continues, I'm afraid his strength will surpass us. Murong Xiong coldly snorted. His cultivation speed is indeed fast, but it's absolutely impossible to catch up with us in such a short time. However, we really can't let him continue his seclusion. I called you here to discuss with you how to lure him out of the castle. Dongfang Wuhan said. In fact, along the way, he had been looking for an opportunity. However, the fierce beasts they encountered along the way were not particularly strong. They could easily deal with them. If they still let Qin Feiyang out, it would obviously be unreasonable. After pondering for a moment, Murong Xiong's eyes lit up as he whispered, I have a plan. If we're lucky, we might be able to kill 1 or 2. Say it. Dongfang Wuhan was slightly taken aback and immediately became interested. Murong Xiong whispered in Dongfang Wuhan's ear, and Dongfang Wuhan's eyes gradually lit up. Back to Dong Jingyang's group of 4. After walking for half an hour without finding anything, they turned back and returned to the place where they cultivated last night. This round trip took half an hour. Dongfang Wuhan and the other 2 were already waiting here. There was a log beside him that was more than 150 meters long. As for its thickness, even if several people were to join hands, they probably wouldn't be able to encircle it. How is it? Seeing the 4 return, Dongfang Wuhan asked with a smile. Nothing. Dong Jingyang shook his head. Looks like we can only cross this swamp. Fortunately, we were lucky. Murong Xiong and I found an ancient tree. I've measured this ancient tree. It's 152 meters long. According to my observations, the distance between each mound is no more than 130 meters. As long as there are no mishaps, there shouldn't be a problem to cross it. Dongfang Wuhan pointed at the ancient tree beside him and said with a smile. Dong Jingyang looked at the ancient tree from the beginning to the end and nodded. It is indeed enough, but I suggest that we cut this ancient tree into two. Why? Isn't this good? Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Murong Xiong nodded and said, that's right, the whole tree is stronger than being cut in half, right? I suggest this for the sake of everyone's safety. Because if it's cut in half, both sides are flat. Walking on a flat surface is definitely safer than walking on a round trunk. As for its strength, we can't consider it at all. Such a thick ancient tree, let alone being cut in half, even if it's chopped into firewood, it's still not something you and I can break. After Dong Xingyang finished speaking, he took out a battle sword from his Qinkuan bag. With a wave of his hand, the sword chi was like a rainbow. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the ancient tree was cut in half on the spot. But just as the ancient tree was cut in half, Dong Xingyang and the other three suddenly frowned. The middle part of the ancient tree was hollow. What's going on? Dong Xingyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. His eyes were extremely sharp. One had to know. This was not a trivial matter. If they didn't cut the ancient tree now and didn't find that the trunk was hollow, then when they reached the bridge, as long as they used force, the trunk would be broken. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because the hollow position was in the middle, once it broke, everyone would fall into the center between the two mounds. At that time, both sides wouldn't touch the ground. Even if the gods descended to the mortal world, they wouldn't be able to save them. We don't know either. Facing the aggressive gazes of Dong Xingyang and the other three, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong panicked. Shenlong said in a deep voice, this tree was found by you, how could you not know? Dongfang Wuhan said anxiously, the tree was indeed found by us, but we really didn't know it was hollow inside, speaking of which. Dongfang Wuhan suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the four people. Are you suspecting that Murong Xiong and I did something? Isn't it? Hollow the trunk, and when we pass by, you only need to do something to make us fall into the swamp and be beheaded. Originally, I was wondering why the two of you had objections when I proposed to cut the trunk in half. So it's because there's a mystery hidden in it. To be honest, I have always believed that you have sincerely repented this time, but I never thought that you still have the ambition of a wolf. Dong Xingyang was furious, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Dongfang Wuhan's face was green and red. When Dong Xingyang finished speaking, he angrily said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Jiang Wei shouted, the facts are right in front of us, and this is still called wanting to condemn someone? All right. Since you say so, then let's talk about the facts. If Murong Xiong and I want to hollow out the heart of the tree, do we have to break the bark first? Dongfang Wuhan said. That's right. The four nodded. Dongfang Wuhan said, then take a closer look. Is there any trace of the bark in the hollow area? The four of them looked closer and raised their eyebrows. The bark was actually intact. They also found that the hollow area seemed to have been gnawed by ants. It was incomplete and the traces looked very old. Moreover, after careful observation, the middle of the trunk was hollow, but it was very small and inconspicuous. They didn't see it before. Discovering this, Dong Xingyang and the other three looked at each other. It seemed that they had wrongly blamed Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei. In the swamp, there were many insects such as ants, and this tree heart should be the cause of the insect damage. Dongfang Wuhan smiled coldly and said, now, what else do you have to say? Dong Xingyang frowned, cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry, I was careless and misunderstood you. Alas. Dongfang Wuhan sighed deeply and said, I don't mean to blame anyone. I just want to say that we are from the same sect and partners, so we should trust each other more. Jiang Wei coldly snorted and said, if you hadn't left us behind and escaped alone, would we be so worried now? In the end, it is indeed our fault. But now, we have already repented, so why are we still holding on to it? Is this good for everyone? Dongfang Wuhan said with melancholy. Shenlong said, all right, this matter is over. Let's go find another ancient tree. Murong Xiong said with dissatisfaction, you guys go this time, lest you say that we did something." The four of them looked at each other and turned to walk into the jungle. As soon as the four of them left, Murong Xiong's face sank and said angrily, "This Dong Xingyang really deserves to die." Dongfang Wuhan said, "Lower your voice, don't let them hear you." Murong Xiong looked at the jungle where Dong Xingyang and the other three had disappeared and said secretly, "What do we do now?" "Wait and see." Dongfang Wuhan said secretly and then turned to look at the endless swamp, his eyes flickering. This matter was actually not that simple. Even though they weren't the ones who emptied the tree's core, they had done it on purpose. In other words, this ancient tree was deliberately found by Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei. Their purpose was the same as Dong Xingyang's guess. When the bridge was built and they passed by it, the ancient tree would be broken with a little trick. At that time, even if they couldn't kill Dong Xingyang and the other three, they could at least kill one or two. At the same time, they could also lure Qin Feiyang out. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, they hadn't expected that Dong Xingyang would cut the ancient tree in half, killing their plan before it was even born. It would be a lie to say that they weren't angry. But facing Dong Xingyang and the other three, they could only endure it. After a while, the four of them walked out of the jungle. Dong Xingyang carried a thick ancient tree on his shoulder, similar to the ancient tree that Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei had found. Bang! Coming to the edge of the swamp, Dong Xingyang put down the ancient tree and then took out his sword and cut it in half. There were also some hollow parts and some white ants, but it wasn't serious. Then, Dong Xingyang picked up the ancient tree and stood up, then slowly put it down towards the nearest mound in the swamp. Bang! Accompanied by a weak sound, the other end of the ancient tree gently fell on the mound, and the bridge was completed. Dong Xingyang got up and wiped his sweat. Looking at the bridge, he turned to look at Shen Mei and the other four, and said in a deep voice, "Are you all ready?" As long as they set foot on this bridge, there would be no turning back. Huff! The five of them took a deep breath and nodded to Dong Xingyang. "Then let's go." Dong Xingyang waved his hand and took the lead, walking on the bridge towards the mound on the opposite side. Shen Mei and the other four followed closely behind him. From beginning to end, the eyes of the six people were locked on the swamp under the bridge. If there was the slightest movement, they would immediately be on alert. They didn't know if it was because they were lucky or because there were really no fierce beasts in the swamp. After about 100 breaths, they climbed up the first mound without any danger. The mound was covered with shrubs and weeds. The soil was a little soft, but they could still stand on it. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After careful inspection and confirming that there was no danger here, they looked for the next foothold. Shen Mei said, "Look, the small mound on the left is about 130 meters away from us. This ancient tree is just enough." "Okay, let's go there." Dong Xingyang nodded, picked up the ancient tree again, and quickly built the bridge. On the way, they still didn't encounter any danger. Next. Chapter 601. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, "According to the current situation, we only need to spend some time and effort to pass through this swamp." Dong Xingyang glanced at him, looked at the quagmire in front of them, and said with a serious face, "There is no danger now, but it doesn't mean that there is no danger later. We must not take it lightly." Several people nodded. The group once again stepped on the bridge and walked towards the next mound. Time was like sand between fingers. The day passed quickly, and night fell. On this day, the six people crossed more than 100 mounds in a row, but they still could not see the end of the swamp. But fortunately, there was not a single beast on the way. Because of this, they all relaxed a lot. Even Dong Xingyang was not as cautious as he was at first. They did not encounter any beasts all day, which was enough to show that there were indeed no beasts in the swamp. At this moment, the mound they were on was more than 10 feet in diameter, overgrown with weeds and flying insects everywhere. But these were just ordinary flying insects, which did not pose the slightest threat to the six people. Dong Xingyang looked up at the blood moon in the sky and said, "We don't know how big this swamp is. I suggest that we rest here for the night. The others naturally had no objection. First, because this whole day of rushing made them feel a little tired. Second, because the void of the death swamp was still filled with blood mist, and the blood moon's brilliance was not very bright. The visibility at night was almost only 10 meters. Therefore, it was the wisest choice to rest here. After a little discussion about tomorrow's matters, the 6 people sat cross-legged together and closed their eyes to rest. The swamp at night was as silent as death. Occasionally, the cries of insects would ring out, making the atmosphere even weirder. Gurgle. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out in the swamp. The location of the sound was 100 meters away from the mound where Dong Xingyang and the others were. On the surface of the swamp, there were bubbles the size of a baby's fist. Moreover, those bubbles were still moving. The direction of movement was the mound where Dong Xingyang and the others were. Moreover, after a few breaths, bubbles also rose from the swamp in the other 3 directions. If one looked carefully, they would find that the mud was still slightly turbulent, as if something was swimming inside. The distance was getting closer and closer. When the bubbles appeared about 30 meters away from him, Dong Xingyang suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with bewilderment. What was that sound? He stood up and looked around. When he heard the gurgling sound, he became nervous. On guard. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted. Shenlong and the others immediately opened their eyes. Shen Mei transmitted her voice. What happened? Listen carefully. Dong Xingyang said. The 5 of them calmed down and listened for a while. Then, they stood up together and stood back to back, looking at the swamp in all directions in surprise. 5 or 6 breaths passed. The bubbles finally entered their line of sight. But these 5 or 6 breaths felt as long as 5 or 6 centuries. When they saw the bubbles emerging from the bottom of the swamp, their expressions changed. Because it was already very obvious that there were ferocious beasts under the swamp. Dong Xingyang shouted, quickly protect that ancient tree. That ancient tree was still between the 2 mounds. If it was destroyed by the ferocious beasts, they would probably be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Because, on the mound where they were now, there were only weeds and not even a small sapling. If the ancient tree was destroyed, there would be nothing for them to build a bridge, and naturally, they would not be able to leave this place. Hearing Dong Xingyang's shout, Jiang Wei immediately went forward and hugged the ancient tree with both hands. With a low shout, he quickly stood up. Dong! But at this moment, a pitch-black giant tail rushed out of the quagmire and blasted towards the ancient tree like lightning. For a moment, the place was filled with strong winds and mud. Not good. Dong Xingyang's expression changed. The ferocious beasts in the swamp were too cunning. The first thing they thought of was to cut off their escape route. Without any delay, Dong Xingyang immediately activated his fighting soul. Crash! An iron chain as thick as an arm broke through the air, emitting a black light. Like a giant python, it quickly wrapped around the giant tail. Freeze! Following closely. Dong Xingyang shouted in a low voice, and the giant tail was immediately frozen in the void. Jiang Wei also took the opportunity to carry Gu Mu and retreat to the side of the others. At the same time, his battle aura formed a boundary to protect Gu Mu. I want to see what is causing trouble, Shenlong. Gu Mu was safe and sound. Dong Xingyang also heaved a sigh of relief, but his eyes immediately became extremely sharp as he shouted coldly at Shenlong. Shenlong waved his hand, and a golden battle aura shot up into the sky and shone in all directions. This place suddenly became as bright as day. At this moment, they also saw the giant tail that was frozen in place. The giant tail was as thick as a bucket and covered with dark scales. Shen Mei shouted, "It's the tail of a ferocious crocodile." Roar! Dong! But before she finished speaking, a series of roars exploded in the surrounding swamps. Then, the swamps were in an uproar. One by one, the ferocious crocodiles rushed out of the mud and rushed towards the mound where Dong Xingyang and the others were. The 6 of them took a look, and their faces instantly turned pale. These ferocious crocodiles had the body of a crocodile, but their heads were like that of a dragon. They looked extremely ferocious. Their bodies were covered with black scales, and they had a hard texture. And there were no less than 100 of them. The aura they emitted was basically at the level of a 9-star combat emperor. In fact, Dong Xingyang and the others did not care about the cultivation of these ferocious crocodiles. The only thing that scared them was that there were too many of these ferocious crocodiles. If they destroyed the mound under their feet in the process of fighting, then they would lose their foothold. At that time, they would definitely be buried in this swamp. Dong Xingyang shouted, "Jiang Wei, you are responsible for protecting this place and Gumu. The rest of you, follow me and attack. We must kill them all before they get close." Boom! After he finished speaking, 5 powerful auras suddenly exploded. Moreover, the 5 of them attacked with battle arts, and their killing intent soared to the heavens. Whoosh! The 5 battle arts blasted into the group of crocodiles, and a terrifying wave of air suddenly surged in all directions. Here, mud rose up hundreds of feet, covering the sky and the moon. Jiang Wei's pupils contracted, and he immediately mobilized his battle aura to cover the surface of the mound, blocking the impact of the wave of air. But those ferocious crocodiles were not so lucky. More than 30 ferocious crocodiles were instantly split into 4 or 5 pieces. Blood dyed the surroundings red, and painful wails resounded through the sky. The other ferocious crocodiles were also sent flying, riddled with wounds. Again. Dong Xingyang shouted coldly. In order to survive, the 5 of them did not hold back. In the blink of an eye, the 5 battle arts evolved again and blasted towards the ferocious crocodiles that were sent flying. In less than 3 breaths, more than 20 ferocious crocodiles' blood splattered on the spot. Including the first wave, half of them had already been killed. Roar! The remaining half of the ferocious crocodiles that were still alive floated in the mud 100 meters away, roaring at Dong Xingyang and the others. Their bell-like fierce eyes were filled with resentment and ferocity. Dong Xingyang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the group of crocodiles, and shouted, "If you want to live, hurry up and scram." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of crocodiles dove into the mud and disappeared. The 6 of them were stunned. They really left? Shenlong looked at Dong Xingyang and teased, "It seems that they were shocked by your demonic might." Demonic might? Dong Xingyang shook his head with a wry smile and said, "No matter what, we're finally safe now." Rumble. However, before the 6 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground under their feet suddenly shook. What's the situation? The 6 of them were bewildered. Not good. They want to destroy this place. Shen Mei shouted in shock and anger. What? Everyone was aghast. These damn beasts, aren't they too smart? Shenlong, you illuminate a little more. Jiang Wei, quickly find a place to rest. Murong Xiong shouted anxiously. In this short period of time, the ground under their feet had already cracked. Seeing this, how could Shenlong and Jiang Wei dare to hesitate? Shenlong waved his hand, and the golden battle chi surged into the sky like a tide, condensing into a golden sun. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, it became incomparably bright. Jiang Wei also immediately turned around and scanned the front, his gaze instantly locking onto a mound 100 meters away. That mound was more than 200 feet in size, full of weeds and shrubs. Immediately, Jiang Wei adjusted his position and put down the ancient tree. When the other end of the ancient tree landed on the mound, Dong Xingyang shouted, "Quickly go over, but you must protect the ancient tree, because this is our only way out now." Understood. Shen Mei and the others nodded, jumped onto the ancient tree, and used auxiliary battle arts to speed towards the opposite side. At this time, no one dared to hide anymore. But just as they were about to reach the shore, a group of fierce crocodiles rushed out, and there were more than 10 of them. But their target was not Shen Mei and the others, but the ancient tree under their feet. "You guys go up quickly, I'll cover the rear," Dong Xingyang shouted. Both of his hands stretched out at the same time, and his battle chi burst out, turning into more than 10 strands, like more than 10 arrows, cutting through the sky like lightning, piercing through the glabella of the dozen fierce crocodiles. Roar! Accompanied by a series of wails, more than 10 fierce crocodiles died on the spot, and their huge bodies fell into the swamp. However, 3 of the fierce crocodiles smashed towards the ancient tree. Dong Xingyang, quickly! Their weight is enough to break the ancient tree. Shen Mei and the others jumped onto the mound, and when they turned around and saw this scene, their expressions changed. More importantly, Dong Xingyang was still running on the ancient tree. Once it broke, he would definitely fall into the swamp. At that time, even if he was a combat master, he would only be eaten by those fierce crocodiles. Because in the swamp, he had no power to resist. Shen Mei and Shen Long wanted to jump up again to prevent this tragedy from happening. But at this time, Murong Xiong shouted, "Don't go, I have a way." Then, he bent down and hugged the ancient tree tightly with both hands, shouting, "Dong Xingyang, hold on tight, don't be thrown out." Dong Xingyang was stunned. Ha! But before Dong Xingyang could figure out the situation, Murong Xiong shouted, picked up the ancient tree, and threw it to the side. The moment the ancient tree was moved, the corpses of the 3 fierce crocodiles crashed into the swamp, splashing mud several feet high. Then, they were mercilessly swallowed by the swamp. Gumu was finally saved, but Dong Xingyang was caught off guard, and he was almost thrown out. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly jumped down. His 10 fingers were like iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the tree trunk, saving his life. But the danger was not over yet. Dong. Chapter 602. Are you done yet? Dong Xingyang was enraged. Boom. Although he was holding the ancient tree with both hands and couldn't fight back, people at his level had many tricks up their sleeves. A majestic battle chi emerged and turned into a black torrent that swept across the sky and blasted towards the 5 crocodiles. Dong Xingyang was a 1-star battle ancestor, and the 5 crocodiles were only 9-star combat emperors. Even if he didn't use any battle arts, he could still easily kill them. Roar! 5 wails sounded almost at the same time, and the 5 crocodiles' blood splattered across the sky. Then, Dong Xingyang loosened his hands, got up, and ran wildly on the ancient tree. In a few blinks of an eye, he ran to the other side of the ancient tree, then jumped down and landed in front of Shen Mei and the others, his face full of fear. Murong Xiong immediately erected the ancient tree and carefully protected it with battle chi. Dong Xingyang exhaled, turned to look at Murong Xiong and said, "Thank you for just now." "No need to thank me, as long as you don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure." Murong Xiong snorted, but he was extremely angry in his heart. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to throw Dong Xingyang away. At that time, Dong Xingyang would fall into the swamp and become food for those crocodiles. For this reason, when he threw the ancient tree, he used all his strength. But he didn't expect that Dong Xingyang's reaction would be so fast. He instantly fell down and hugged the ancient tree tightly. Seeing what Murong Xiong was thinking, Dongfang Wuhan secretly said, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." And Murong Xiong replied. At the same time, hearing Murong Xiong's words, Dong Xingyang was a little angry. He was still called a villain. Compared to some two-faced people, he was much better, right? However, right now, he wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Murong Xiong. He glanced at the swamp in front of him and said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here for long, we must hurry through the night." Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows and immediately said, "We can't go any further." "What do you mean?" Dong Xingyang asked. "At first, we all thought that there were no ferocious beasts in this swamp and that it was very safe. However, the truth is the exact opposite. There are too many ferocious beasts here to win. Now, I can't help but suspect that there might be even more ferocious beasts in the depths of the swamp. If we continue to go deeper, we might all be wiped out." Dongfang Wuhan said. Dong Xingyang asked, then what do you think we should do? Dongfang Wuhan said, let's get out of the swamp and find a safe route before we go too deep. What if there is no safe route? What I mean is, if we have to pass through this swamp, then going back now is equivalent to wasting time. Dong Xingyang said. Dongfang Wuhan fell silent. Shen Mei and the others also remained silent. In fact, they were more inclined towards Dong Xingyang. They would withdraw from the swamp and continue to look for a safe route. However, they could not ignore Dong Xingyang's concerns. Roar. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud and clear roar rang out. The 6 of them were shocked and looked towards the source of the sound. Immediately, they saw a ferocious crocodile emerge from the swamp more than 200 meters away. This ferocious crocodile was more than 30 meters long, and its huge pupils were filled with an astonishing ferocious light. Its aura was even stronger than the previous crocodiles. And behind it, there were hundreds of ferocious crocodiles. There are still so many? So the crocodiles that appeared before were only a small part of the crocodile group? The 6 of them were about to go crazy. The most important thing was that the aura of the 30-meter-long crocodile was not any weaker than theirs. Without a doubt, it was definitely the Crocodile King, and it had the cultivation of a war master. What should we do? Shen Meihua's face turned pale. Although she had already broken through to the war master, she was still a woman after all. Seeing the ferocious crocodile group, especially in such a desperate situation, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. And the most important point. These ferocious crocodiles had blocked their path of retreat. If they didn't want to fight with them, then they could only move forward. With our strength, it's not difficult to deal with them. But now, whether it's the right time or the right place, we don't have the slightest advantage. We definitely can't fight them head-on. Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice. Dongfang Wuhan said, looks like we can only brace ourselves and continue forward. Murong Xiong, quickly build a bridge. Although he suggested retreating, he still had to look at the situation. And in the current situation, retreating was obviously too risky. Hearing Dongfang Wuhan's shout, Murong Xiong immediately looked for the next place to stay. Roar. But at the same time, the Crocodile King roared, and the group of crocodiles behind him immediately became ferocious, rushing towards the 6 of them. Wherever they passed, huge waves would surge, and their momentum was terrifying. Dong Xingyang said, quickly drag them out and buy time for Murong Xiong. Dongfang Wuhan, Shen Mei, Shen Long, Jiang Wei, including Dong Xingyang himself, attacked at the same time. Streaks of resplendent battle chi broke out from their bodies. In this place, waves of destructive aura crazily spread out. Kill. The 5 of them roared angrily. Their battle chi traversed the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world as they charged towards the group of crocodiles. Roar. However, the Crocodile King roared and actually brought the group of crocodiles into the swamp. Boom. The battle chi blasted into the swamp, causing mud to fly all over the sky, but it did not injure a single crocodile. Shen Mei said, these beasts are too cunning. Although they are ferocious beasts, at this level of cultivation, their intelligence will not be lower than ours. Dongfang Wuhan's face was gloomy. Without turning his head, he asked, Murong Xiong, are you done? Immediately. Murong Xiong replied. At this moment, he was also sweating profusely. His eyes were firmly locked on a small mound 100 meters in front of him. He held Gumu with both hands and gently put it down. Bang! When the other end of Gumu landed on the mound, Murong Xiong said, let's go. The 6 of them turned around without hesitation, stepped onto the bridge, and rushed towards the opposite side. As soon as they reached the shore, the mound they were standing on previously was torn apart with a bang. Obviously, it was done by the Crocodile King. Dong Xingyang shouted, continue. Murong Xiong did not dare to hesitate. He quickly carried Gumu and began to look for the next landing spot. Next, they passed through more than a dozen mounds in a row. It was a daunting experience without any danger. However, the Crocodile King led the group of crocodiles to follow them. Strange. They have such a good advantage. Why haven't they caught up with us yet? Shenmei suddenly said. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They had been running for their lives. If not for Shenmei's reminder, they would not have noticed this abnormality. But why was this? The vicious crocodiles were like fish in water in the swamp. Their movements were not hindered at all. Since they were looking for a landing spot and had to build a bridge, their speed was greatly affected. Logically speaking, with their speed, they should have caught up with them long ago. But why were they still behind them? Could it be, Shenlong seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. Murong Xiong said angrily, just say what you have thought of. Don't keep us guessing, okay? Didn't he know that it was annoying to keep them guessing at this time? I think they're trying to drag it out with us. Once we're exhausted, they'll be able to devour us effortlessly. Shenlong said. The 5 of them trembled. Needless to say, that might be the case. Let me try. Dong Jingyang gritted his teeth and took Gumu from Murong Xiong. He turned around and scanned the direction they came from. Finally, his gaze locked onto a mound about a dozen feet in size more than 50 meters away. Next, he slowly put down Gumu and pretended to retreat. But before he put it down, the king crocodile raised its huge tail and slapped Gumu. Seeing this, Dong Jingyang immediately erected Gumu. Hitting nothing, the vicious crocodile did not continue to pursue. It directly retracted its huge tail and lurked in the swamp. Shenlong laughed. Obviously, it won't let us retreat. It also confirms my guess. You can still laugh? Murong Xiong looked at Shenlong and could not help but frown, expressing his dissatisfaction. Why can't I laugh? Shenlong asked. Murong Xiong's brows knitted together. The current situation was so dangerous, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Was this person's brain kicked by a donkey? But at the same time, he could not help but try to figure out why Shenlong was laughing. Dong Jingyang and the others were also secretly thinking. Suddenly, Dong Jingyang's eyes lit up, and a smile crept onto his face. We can indeed laugh. Murong Xiong said angrily, can you explain it clearly? Dong Jingyang looked at the group of crocodiles and said, even if the environment here is a few times worse, they can't outlast us. Why can't they outlast us? Murong Xiong frowned. The essence chi here was thin, and the battle chi would be exhausted sooner or later. Without battle chi, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it would be in vain. At that time, wouldn't it still be a dead end? Dong Jingyang laughed, because we have Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang can now refine pills with 4 elixir patterns. As long as we have enough medicinal materials, it doesn't matter if we wait until next year. That's exactly what I was thinking. Shenlong nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang. Hearing this name, Murong Xiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had long wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. Now that he heard that he had to rely on Qin Feiyang to survive, he suddenly found it hard to accept. But it was undeniable that it seemed that he could only rely on this person to survive this calamity. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flickered as he laughed, then hurry up and let junior brother Qin out. Originally, he was still worried about how to lure Qin Feiyang out of the ancient castle. He didn't expect that success would come so naturally. He didn't even need to think about it. Dong Jingyang glanced at the few of them and said with a faint smile, I see that everyone is in good spirits, so let's not disturb his closed-door cultivation for the time being. Moreover, we already have a lot of pills on us, so let's use them first. All right. Dongfang Wuhan nodded. However, in his heart, he was getting angrier and angrier at Dong Jingyang. This was not the first time that Dong Jingyang had ruined his plans. He secretly swore that he would find an opportunity to kill this person first. The 6 of them continued forward. Time passed day by day. Fortunately, other than the fierce crocodiles, they did not encounter any other fierce beasts, nor did they encounter anyone from the other 8 provinces. Unfortunately, the group of crocodiles followed behind them the entire time, without any intention of giving up. Moreover, there were many fierce crocodiles joining in midway. Among them, there were even 5 War Master-level crocodile kings. Including the first one, there were 6 crocodile kings. Their overall strength was not inferior to Dong Xingyang's group of 6. As for the War Emperor-level crocodiles, there were even 500 of them. They were eyeing them covetously all day long. They didn't even allow the 6 of them to rest. As long as the 6 of them stopped to recuperate, the group of crocodiles would attack. They didn't attack them, but attacked the footholds under their feet, forcing them to continue forward. Chapter 603. Unknowingly, a month passed. On this day, Dong Xingyang's group of 6 climbed onto a mound with a diameter of about 300 feet. Actually, it could be considered a small island. Motherfucker, when is this going to end? Murong Xiong turned his head to look at the group of crocodiles behind him and couldn't help but curse loudly. Dong Xingyang and the others were also covered in dirt, and their expressions were very ugly. Although they had pills to replenish their battle chi and stamina, they had been on the road for a month, and they were even forced to do so. Their hearts and minds were undoubtedly suffering. Therefore, they were in a very bad mood right now. In his heart, he had accumulated an endless amount of anger that could explode at any time. Roar! At this moment, the 6 crocodile kings in the lead roared in unison, their eyes filled with ferocity. Murong Xiong's veins popped out as he roared, "Fuck, you're urging us to leave again. I can't take it anymore, who will accompany me to kill them?" However, no one answered. Shenlong and Jiang Wei were even more concerned with building bridges. What a joke. 6 War Master Realm Crocodile King S, more than 500 War Emperor Realm Fierce Crocodile King S, plus the fact that they were in the swamp, running to fight them was simply courting death. You are all kings of the inner palace, but now, all of you are as timid as mice. I truly feel sorry for you. Murong Xiong sneered. Shut up. Do you know what the situation is now? With their current lineup, killing us is as easy as flipping their hands. So now, not only can we not make a move, we also have to pray to the heavens that they will not take the initiative to attack us. Dongfang Wuhan shouted angrily, his face ashen. Murong Xiong raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything else. To be honest, if he really had to go, he wouldn't dare. The reason why he was so irritable was because he had been holding it in for the past month and wanted to vent his anger. At this moment, Shenlong said, "The bridge is ready, let's go." The group once again embarked on their journey. Dong Xingyang walked at the back and asked, "How many battle chi pills do you have left?" "I'm out." "Me too." Shen Mei and Shenlong said one after another. "I still have a dozen left." Jiang Wei followed. "We don't have much left either." Dongfang Wuhan said. Dong Xingyang looked at Dongfang Wuhan and said with a frown, "In any case, you are the number 1 alchemist in the inner hall. Why didn't you prepare more before setting off? How would I know that the 9 Nether Yellow Springs is so cruel? Besides, I'm no longer qualified to be called the number 1 alchemist." Dongfang Wuhan mocked himself. Before Qin Feiyang showed up, he thought that no one in the spiritual state could match his talent in alchemy. But as soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, his brilliance was immediately overshadowed. This was also the main reason why he wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. However, in fact, he still had many battle chi pills on him, but in order to force Qin Feiyang to come out of seclusion, he had concealed them. Of course, Dong Xingyang did not know about this. Once they reached the next stop, he would have Shen Mei call Qin Feiyang out of closed-door cultivation. At this point, Shen Mei naturally had no objections. She took out the wrapped clothes from her Qinquan bag and said, "Qin Feiyang, quickly come out." Puchi. Before she finished her words, the clothes were torn apart, and Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the 6 people. Why are they here? As soon as he appeared, he sensed the aura of those fierce crocodiles. When he looked in the direction, he saw the group of fierce crocodiles, and his expression suddenly changed. You know them? Dong Xingyang and the others were stunned and then looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Although they had been in contact with these fierce crocodiles for more than a month, they still could not tell what kind of crocodiles they were. These are dragon crocodiles. They are ferocious and cunning. Moreover, they are extremely strong and their defense is extremely amazing. Few people in the same realm are their opponents. How did you meet them? Why didn't they kill you? Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 people suspiciously. The Qinkuan bag could be soundproof, so Qin Feiyang knew nothing about what had happened during this period. It's like this, Shen Mei was about to explain to Qin Feiyang. Roar. But at this moment, the 6 king crocodiles began to roar fiercely again. Bastard, I'll kill you all sooner or later. Murong Xiong said fiercely and helped Shenlong and Jiang Wei build the bridge. Shen Mei looked at the group of crocodiles, and her eyes were full of anger. She said to Qin Feiyang, let's talk as we walk. Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped on the bridge with a stomach full of doubts. On the way, Shen Mei told Qin Feiyang in detail what had happened during this period of time. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. But then, he frowned again. What's wrong? Seeing this, Shen Mei asked. As far as I know, dragon crocodiles are very selfish. As long as they encounter prey, they will rush to pounce on it. Now the 6 king crocodiles are chasing you together, which is completely inconsistent with their character. Moreover, with their current lineup, they can easily get rid of us, but they haven't made a move yet. I feel that it's not normal. Qin Feiyang said, thinking. After hearing these words, Dong Xingyang and the other 5 looked at each other and couldn't help but feel nervous. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang asked, have you encountered any other ferocious beasts here? No. Shen Mei shook her head. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, it seems that this matter is not far from the truth. What's the matter? The 6 of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang said, although dragon crocodiles are selfish, they are very loyal to their king. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid there are more powerful dragon crocodiles in the depths. What? The 6 of them were shocked. Dong Xingyang said, you mean, their purpose is not to consume us, but to offer us to their king? When they encountered prey, the 6 king crocodiles didn't fight for it. Instead, they were united. Only this explanation makes sense. Qin Feiyang said. Damn it. The 6 of them looked gloomy. Shen Mei asked, then what should we do now? Kill. Only by killing them and entering the king crocodile's territory, we have hope to survive. On the other hand, if we don't kill them now, we won't have any chance of winning when they meet up with the king crocodile. And none of us know if there are other king crocodile ahead. It's best if there are none, but if there are, it will be more troublesome. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. This matter was not a joke. They must eliminate all the hidden dangers before encountering the king crocodile. However, his suggestion didn't get the approval of Dong Xingyang and the others. I know your concerns. Fighting with them in the swamp, not only will you not have any advantage, you may even lose your life. But I want to tell you, this is the only way. Qin Feiyang said. I have been tolerating them for a long time. I'll listen to you. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Murong Xiong was the first to nod. Dong Xingyang glanced at Murong Xiong and looked at Qin Feiyang. Are you confident? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In such an environment, no matter who it was, they wouldn't dare to say that they had full confidence. Dong Xingyang's heart sank. This was really a difficult choice. Suddenly, Dongfang Wuhan said, in fact, I don't object to fighting with them. But the king crocodile you mentioned is purely a guess. What if there isn't one before? Then wouldn't it be stupid for us to do this now? Indeed. But you have to know, even if there is no king crocodile, they won't let us leave this swamp alive. It's only a matter of time before we fight. Of course, it's not as difficult to deal with them as you think. As long as you are willing to listen to my arrangements, I can minimize the danger. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The 6 of them were refreshed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, if you don't want to live, then I can't do anything. The 6 of them couldn't help laughing. In this world, there was probably no one who wanted to die. Dong Xingyang laughed, you arrange it. Qin Feiyang's face turned solemn, and said, Shenlong, Shenmei, you are responsible for protecting this piece of wood and the island. At the same time, find a way out. As long as I open my mouth, immediately build a bridge. Whether or not everyone can survive depends on you. Don't panic. The 2 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Dong Xingyang, Jiang Wei, Dongfang Wuhan, and Murong Xiong, and said, you guys are responsible for killing, don't think about anything else. All right. The 4 of them replied. Qin Feiyang said, when we enter the next foothold, we will make our move. Wait. Dongfang Wuhan frowned, and said, you've arranged everything for us, then what are you going to do? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, what can I do with my little cultivation? Of course, I'm only responsible for commanding. Ugh. The 6 of them were stunned, and then their faces couldn't help but twitch. He clearly had the strength of a war master, but he still pretended to be weak. Wasn't that too hypocritical? 10 breaths later. The 7 of them jumped onto a small island. This small island had a diameter of more than 500 feet. It could be considered the largest island they had encountered along the way. Qin Feiyang glanced at the small island, then turned to look at the group of crocodiles. His eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp, and he said, begin. As soon as he finished, Shenlong erected the ancient tree and activated his battle chi to protect the ancient tree and the small island. Then, he and Shenmei searched for the next small island. Shua. At the same time, Dong Xingyang and the other 3 took a step forward and stood at the edge of the small island. They coldly stared at the group of crocodiles, their bodies surrounded by killing intent. As for the 6 crocodile kings, when they saw the 7 of them stop on the small island, they immediately roared angrily. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, use your battle arts and kill them with all your might. Moreover, you have to be fast. If you're slow and wait for them to hide under the swamp, then no matter how powerful your killing move is, you won't be able to kill them. The 4 of them nodded. Their auras erupted, and with a wave of their hands, their battle chi surged out. God's Devil Seal. Hurricane Slash. Barbarian Bull Strike. Arrow of the Breaking Sun. In half a blink of an eye, the 4 great battle arts were unleashed. A terrifying aura swept across the sky above the swamp. The mud churned and set off monstrous waves. Seeing that, the 6 crocodile kings also revealed a ferocious expression, including the 500+ dragon crocodiles behind them. Roar. Suddenly, one of the crocodile kings roared and quickly dived into the swamp, disappearing without a trace. The other 5 crocodile kings and dragon crocodiles also dived down. As expected, you want to hide below. Qin Feiyang muttered, waved his hand fiercely, and said, kill. Chapter 604. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a huge crater appeared and mud flew everywhere. At the same time, it was unknown how many dragon crocodiles were killed, and their blood dyed the ground red. How many did you kill? Did you kill the crocodile king? Dong Xingyang and the others stared nervously at the swamp. Boom. But suddenly, the island beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Damn it. Dong Xingyang's expression changed, and said to Qin Feiyang, they are below again, attacking the foundation of the island. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang appeared to be very calm as he turned to Shenmei and Shenlong and nodded. The 2 of them had already found the next foothold. Upon receiving Qin Feiyang's signal, they immediately put down the ancient tree. Dong! But at the same time as the ancient tree was put down, more than a dozen dragon crocodiles rushed out of the swamp, opened their bloody mouths, revealing terrifying fangs, and pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others. These dragon crocodiles all had the strength of a 9-star war emperor. Qin Feiyang hurriedly glanced and said, Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, you guys cover the rear. The rest of you retreat first. We cover the rear? The two of them raised their eyebrows. With so many people, why should they cover the rear? Wasn't this putting them in danger? Although they were dissatisfied, they did not express it. They activated their battle chi and charged towards the dragon crocodiles. Dong Zhengyang, Jiang Wei, the Shen siblings, and Qin Feiyang did not pay attention to the two of them. They quickly stepped onto the bridge and ran towards the opposite island. Roar! When Qin Feiyang and the others ran to the middle of the bridge, Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei had also killed the dragon crocodiles. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the two of them and said, "Hurry up and follow me." After saying that, he followed behind Dong Zhengyang and the others and continued to run towards the opposite side. Roar! But at this time, 3 ferocious crocodiles rushed out from the swamp under the bridge. They opened their wide mouths and bit towards the ancient tree under Qin Feiyang's feet. They also had the strength of a 9-star war emperor. Not good. Dong Zhengyang and the others' expressions changed. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't look back. I'll handle it. The ultimate." As he spoke, he raised his arm and tapped the air with his index finger. 3 invisible beams of energy shot out and entered the glabella of the 3 alligators. Roar! The 3 alligators immediately screamed. Next, the huge body instantly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. This scene was clearly seen by Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, who were behind him, and their pupils immediately shrank. One had to know that not long ago, Qin Feiyang had personally said that these draconic crocodiles had astonishing defenses and were rarely a match for them in the same realm. But now, Qin Feiyang only stretched out his index finger and casually pointed, and easily killed 3 dragon crocodiles. This person's battle prowess was indeed not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he had only been in seclusion for a few months and he had already broken through to the 9-star combat emperor. If this continued, he would probably catch up to them and even surpass them. At that time, it would be a fool's dream to kill him. Therefore, he had to get rid of this person before he suddenly became a war sect. The two of them looked at each other and a wisp of killing intent appeared in their eyes, but it was quickly concealed. At this time, Dong Zhengyang and the others finally landed on the island. Looking back, they saw that Qin Feiyang had already dealt with the 3 alligators and was unscathed. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang once again took a step forward and ran towards them. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong didn't dare to stay on the bridge for a moment longer. Roar! However, Qin Feiyang had only run a few meters when 2 30-meter-long dragon crocodiles suddenly jumped out of the swamp. They were 2 crocodile kings. "Be careful," Shen Mei reminded. Her face couldn't help but turn pale. Because the target of the 2 crocodile kings was Qin Feiyang. "Don't worry about me, quickly find the next landing spot," Qin Feiyang shouted as he glanced at the 2 crocodile kings. His eyes were rapidly changing. "Do you think your lives are too long?" He laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, 2 ribs appeared out of thin air. The surface of the ribs had a hazy luster. Then, he grabbed one in each hand. When the 2 crocodile kings approached, he suddenly attacked and smashed them on their heads. Bang! Ao! The 2 crocodile kings suddenly howled and their huge heads exploded on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. What? Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were dumbfounded. Killing 2 crocodile kings with one blow. What kind of bones were these? They actually had such a terrifying demonic power? But at the same time, Qin Feiyang was also forced back. The blood in his body was surging and the corner of his mouth was overflowing with blood. But from beginning to end, his feet never left the ancient tree. Seeing this, Murong Xiong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Now is a good opportunity to kill him." Because Qin Feiyang was retreating towards them with his back facing them. If they made a move now, they would definitely be able to kill Qin Feiyang. Dongfang Wuhan hurriedly said, "You can't make a move here." "Why?" Murong Xiong was puzzled. "Because we are also on the bridge. If we kill Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang and the others have countless ways to make us fall into the swamp." Dongfang Wuhan said. "Damn it." Murong Xiong clenched his fists. It was such a good opportunity, but they couldn't make a move. It was really annoying. However, they didn't know that although Qin Feiyang had his back to them, he was already prepared to fight back. Moreover, he had arranged for the two of them to stay behind. Because he was worried that if he let the two of them go first, they might make trouble and harm him and Dong Xingyang. But looking at the current situation, the two of them were quite tactful. In the blink of an eye, seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to stabilize his body, at this moment, a sudden change occurred again. The island they were standing on suddenly fell apart and was quickly swallowed by the swamp. The island sank, and the bridge lost its support point. The ancient tree suddenly sank. Qin Feiyang immediately lost his balance and fell into the swamp. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were also not spared. They fell into the swamp and screamed crazily. Qin Feiyang, seeing this situation, Shen Mei and the others suddenly exclaimed. What was worse was that 3 dragon crocodiles emerged from the swamp at this moment, raising their heads and opening their wide mouths, facing Qin Feiyang and the other two. Their huge fierce eyes flashed with excitement. Because if this trend continued, Qin Feiyang and the other two would directly fall into their mouths. Of course, they wouldn't refuse the delicious food that was delivered to their door. It's over, there's no hope. Seeing the 3 dragon crocodiles appear, Shen Mei immediately sat on the ground powerlessly and muttered to herself. Dong Xingyang and the others also had a look of despair and indignation. Let's go. Shen Long gritted his teeth and shouted. Shen Mei said, leave him alone. What do you want us to do? Shen Long said angrily. It was already hopeless to fall into the swamp, not to mention that there were so many dragon crocodiles in the swamp. To be honest, he also wanted to save Qin Feiyang. Because it was Qin Feiyang who allowed him to break through to the War Master, but what could he do? There was no point in staying here. Shen Long is right, we must leave immediately. Dong Xingyang nodded, bent down, and reached out to grab the ancient tree, forcefully pulling it out of the swamp. The death of the Crocodile King had already angered the crocodile group. If they did not leave now, once Qin Feiyang and the other two died, the crocodile group would definitely come to kill them again. I'm sorry. After pulling out the ancient tree, Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said softly. Towards Qin Feiyang, he always had a very complicated feeling in his heart. Qin Feiyang was clearly his enemy, but he felt that he was more like his friend. It was very contradictory. Even after entering the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, during the period of time he spent with Qin Feiyang, he had almost forgotten about that hatred. But suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his movements paused, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is it? Shen Long asked. Look. Dong Xingyang pointed to Qin Feiyang. Everyone looked over, and their faces were immediately filled with bewilderment. Shen Mei suddenly stood up, and the despair in her eyes was quickly replaced by hope. Because they found that although Qin Feiyang was about to fall into the bloody mouth of the fierce crocodile, he did not panic at all, and was extremely calm. It was as if he was not worried about the current situation at all. He must have a way to escape. Shen Long reached out and clenched his fists, muttering to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation, and even his body was trembling. Actually, it was not that Qin Feiyang was not afraid, but he did not dare to be afraid. Because once a person was afraid, they would lose their mind, and at that time, only death would await them. On the other hand, if he could remain calm in a critical moment, he might be able to find a glimmer of hope. Like Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, if no one helped them now, they would definitely die. This was the difference in the state of mind. Although it was said to be slow, the whole process only took a few breaths. There is always a way out. Even if it is a swamp, there should be a way. Qin Feiyang murmured, looking up at the ancient tree above, which was 3 or 4 meters away. If he could fly, there would be no danger at all, and he could directly fly up and catch the ancient tree. But now, he could not fly. There was no place for him to stand on, and he could not jump up. What should he do? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Was there not a ready-made place for him to stand on? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the fierce crocodile. Judging from the size of its head, it should be a king crocodile. You want to swallow me alive like this? You are too naive. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and turned abruptly in the void, with his head down and feet up. At the same time, he put the rib in his left hand into the Qianquan bag, and his right hand firmly grasped the other rib, and his eyes were extremely sharp. In just a moment, he was only half a meter away from the king crocodile's wide mouth. At such a short distance, if it was anyone else, they would definitely be swallowed alive. However, at this moment, the one who was afraid was not Qin Feiyang, but the king crocodile. Looking at Qin Feiyang's sudden turn and his confident face, a strong sense of uneasiness arose in its heart. Roar! All of a sudden, it rushed out of the swamp and bit Qin Feiyang. It wanted to get rid of Qin Feiyang, this unstable factor, as soon as possible in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening. However, it did not know that no matter what it did not matter to Qin Feiyang. In an instant, a man and a beast met. Qin Feiyang held the rib in his hand and smashed it down. Crack! The king crocodile's head was smashed and bleeding on the spot, and it was blasted into the swamp. At the same time, the huge force also sent Qin Feiyang flying. Chapter 605. Seeing this, Dong Zhengyang and the others were overjoyed. At the same time, they were stunned by Qin Feiyang's means. In the face of a near-death situation, not only did he escape, but he also killed a king crocodile. This kind of temperament was rarely seen in the world. Shen Mei said, Dong Zhengyang, quickly lift the ancient tree. Qin Feiyang was now holding the ancient tree. As long as the ancient tree was erected, he would be able to completely get out of danger. Save us. But at this time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's cries for help sounded. Originally, they were already in despair, but seeing Qin Feiyang escape, their hearts were also burning with hope. However, Dong Zhengyang, turned a deaf ear to their words. He hugged the tree and tried to lift it up. Because in his opinion, these two deserved to die. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, "Save them." As he spoke, he put away the other rib, then grabbed the ancient tree with both hands and quickly moved above Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Dong Zhengyang raised his eyebrows. He was very dissatisfied, but he didn't say much. After adjusting his position, he slightly loosened his hands and the ancient tree immediately fell into the swamp. Almost in the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang's legs landed in front of Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Quickly grab my feet." The two didn't dare to hesitate. They reached out in a panic and grabbed Qin Feiyang's ankle, then held it tightly in their arms, not daring to let go. In the blink of an eye. Dong Zhengyang, quickly! Qin Feiyang roared. Dong Zhengyang immediately lifted the ancient tree, and the three of them quickly rose into the air. Roar! Seeing the delicacies in their mouths slip away, the two dragon crocodiles were furious. They jumped up with all their might and directly bit the legs of Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Ah! The flesh on their legs was torn, and the pain made them scream again and again. Their faces were pale. At the same time, Due to the addition of the 2 dragon crocodiles, the weight suddenly increased by a few hundred times. Caught off guard, Dong Xingyang lost his grip, and Qin Feiyang and the other 2 followed the 2 dragon crocodiles, falling into the swamp with a bang. However, Qin Feiyang's arms were still wrapped around Gumu. Because this was the only thing that could save him. The instant he fell into the swamp, he immediately sensed several tens of frightening ferocious might surging toward him and Dongfang Wuhan. Without a doubt. It must be the other dragon crocodiles. Moreover, the swamp contained a powerful suction force that pulled him down. In the meantime, outside, Shen Mei and the others were also shocked. Shen Long and Jiang Wei flew out almost at the same time, grabbing the ancient tree that was about to sink into the swamp. Shen Long shouted, "Come and help." Shen Mei immediately stepped forward. Dong Xingyang was a little absent-minded, but when he heard Shen Long's shout, he immediately came back to his senses and rushed to help. "Rise!" The 4 of them roared and lifted the ancient tree. Qin Feiyang had finally left the swamp. Immediately, he greedily breathed in the air. Although he hadn't been in the swamp for long, there was no air inside, almost suffocating him. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were also firmly holding onto his thighs. Because they knew that as long as they let go, they would definitely be buried in the swamp. However, the 2 dragon crocodiles were also biting their legs. And at the same time, more than a dozen dragon crocodiles rushed out of the swamp and pounced toward the 3 of them. Among them, there were also 2 crocodile kings. Dong Xingyang shouted, "Quickly break your own legs." Hearing this, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong didn't dare to hesitate at all. Their battle chi surged and turned into blades, quickly cutting off their legs. The 2 dragon crocodiles that were biting their legs immediately fell down. Several dragon crocodiles that were following behind them were directly smashed down by them. Accompanied by bursts of angry roars, they fell into the swamp one after another. After getting rid of the 2 dragon crocodiles, their weight was greatly reduced. Dong Xingyang and the other 3 quickly erected the ancient tree. The crocodile king that missed its target returned to the swamp and rushed toward the island where Dong Xingyang and the others were. At the same time, Qin Feiyang loosened his hands and quickly slid down the tree trunk. When he landed, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong also finally let go of Qin Feiyang's thighs. They lay on the ground panting, their faces full of fear. It was really thrilling before, but at least they managed to save their lives. As for the broken legs, as long as they took the regeneration pill, they would soon be repaired. Qin Feiyang landed on the ground and didn't care about the mud on his body. He only wiped the mud on his eyes and looked up at the crocodile group. At the same time, without waiting for orders, Shen Mei and Shen Long began to look for the next foothold. However, at the same time, the island under their feet trembled violently again. Obviously, there were fierce crocodiles bombarding the foundation of the island from below. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "If we want them to stop, we can only kill all the crocodile kings." "It's very difficult," Dong Xingyang said. At present, 3 crocodile kings had been killed by Qin Feiyang, and there were only 3 left. But now, only 1 crocodile king was above the swamp, and the other 2 were missing. There was no doubt that they must be hiding below. Jiang Wei said, "Do you think it's possible that the other 2 crocodile kings have been killed by our first wave of attacks?" "We can't rule out this possibility," Qin Feiyang said. After all, at that time, Dong Xingyang, Jiang Wei, Murong Xiong, and Dongfang Wuhan joined forces to attack, and all of them were battle arts. The lethality could be imagined. But they couldn't rely on luck. What if they weren't killed? So, they had to consider it in advance. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, "Go all out and kill another wave." "Okay." Dong Xingyang and Jiang Wei nodded and immediately began to practice their battle arts. Qin Feiyang also took out 2 regeneration pills and 2 healing pills and threw them to Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Each of the 4 pills had 4 Dan veins. These pills were refined when he was in closed-door cultivation for the past few months, in case he needed them. Thank you. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Ignoring the mud on their hands, they grabbed the pills and stuffed them into their mouths. However, the hatred they had for Qin Feiyang in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Although Qin Feiyang had saved their lives and given them pills, in their eyes, all of this was caused by Qin Feiyang. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang letting them cover the rear, how could they have fallen to this point? But they had concealed all of this very well. At this time, Shen Mei said, "The bridge is set up." Qin Feiyang pointed to Dongfang Wuhan and said, "Shenlong, take them and retreat first." "All right." Shenlong nodded, carrying one person in each hand. He jumped on the beam and rushed towards the opposite side. Shen Mei followed closely behind. Next, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shouted, "Kill!" Dong Jingyang and Jiang Wei had long been ready. As soon as they heard Qin Feiyang's order, the demonic god and hurricane slash cut through the sky, carrying astonishing power and whistling away. Then the three of them didn't look at the result. They stepped onto the bridge and rushed towards the opposite side without looking back. Boom! The two great battle arts blasted into the swamp. The Crocodile King saw that the situation was not good and sank into the swamp first. No one knew if it was injured or not. But more than half of the crocodiles were dead. The rest of them were also sent flying. Finally, they managed to buy some time to escape. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two had just run to the middle section when the island from before was torn apart with a bang. Gumu suddenly fell into the swamp. The three of them almost fell down. But fortunately, their reactions were very timely. They quickly lay down and hugged Gumu. When the swaying of Gumu calmed down slightly, they got up and ran over. However, they had just landed in front of Shen Mei and the others when the ground under their feet trembled again. And it was more intense than before. No more crocodiles floated out of the swamp. It seems that they don't intend to fight us head-on. If they continue to hide below and attack our foothold, I'm afraid that we will be doomed sooner or later. Everyone's face was gloomy and full of worry. Murong Xiong sat on the ground and glanced at Qin Feiyang, saying, "We shouldn't have provoked them." Dong Jingyang said angrily, "What's the point of saying this now? Moreover, if Qin Feiyang's guess is true, if we don't get rid of the 6 crocodiles now, we will have no way to survive." Murong Xiong roared, "You are gambling, and you are betting your lives on Qin Feiyang." "Yes, we are gambling. And no matter what the result is, I will support Qin Feiyang unconditionally. Because he will not abandon us and live alone." Jiang Wei nodded without hesitation and mocked Murong Xiong ruthlessly. Murong Xiong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he could only hold it in. While the two were talking, Shen Mei had already built the bridge. She looked coldly at Murong Xiong and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense, let's go." The group stepped onto the bridge and quickly evacuated. Next. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the crocodiles only attacked their foothold and did not confront them head-on. Left with no other choice, they could only be forced to continuously flee. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang had a lot of medicinal pills on him, and everyone had been in peak condition. About half an hour later, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's lost legs were finally repaired, and they no longer needed everyone's help. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and said, "You two continue to cover the rear." The two almost vomited blood in anger. "Why? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? What? Do you have a problem? Don't forget, we agreed in advance that we must listen to Qin Feiyang's arrangements." Dong Jingyang glanced at the two. Murong Xiong clenched his fingers and growled, "Which ear of yours heard me say that I don't want to?" Dong Jingyang said indifferently, "Although you didn't say it, I can tell from your expression. You should be a detective." Murong Xiong sneered. Dong Jingyang snorted and said, "If you don't want to leave the death swamp alive, I won't force you. Don't scare me, I'm not scared. I'm also telling you, you will definitely die in front of me." Murong Xiong smiled coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. Murong Xiong, stop arguing. We have seen junior brother Qin's performance along the way. It's right to listen to him. Dongfang Wuhan laughed. I didn't say much, why are you always targeting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Murong Xiong snorted coldly. Alright. After being chased by the dragon crocodiles for so long, you're not the only one in a bad mood. We're not in a good mood either. You should talk less. Harmony is the most important thing. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan patted his shoulder and comforted him. Then, the two quickly retreated to the rear. Shen Mei and Shen Long were still leading the way. Chapter 606. Although the group of crocodiles had basically hidden themselves, they still killed a lot of them on the way. In the blink of an eye. 5 days passed. On this day, Dong Jingyang looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, and finally couldn't help but send a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. I'm really puzzled, why do you still want to save them? They have their value. For example, now, without their help, our situation would be even more difficult. Qin Feiyang whispered. Is that all? Dong Jingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang said, of course not, they have schemed against us time and time again, I naturally can't let them die too easily. I see. Dong Jingyang suddenly realized. In that case, it must have been Qin Feiyang's intention to let the two of them cover the retreat. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and secretly said, your thoughts are really hard to fathom. Of course not. As long as it's my friend, I will pour my heart out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dong Jingyang's heart trembled, the meaning of these words was already very obvious. To his friends, he could pour his heart out, but to his enemies, he could also be merciless. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's footsteps paused as he scanned the swamp, his expression obviously a little heavy. What's wrong? Dong Jingyang, who was behind him, also immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. So did Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Quickly go ashore. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang roared. Everyone was startled, but they didn't ask much and quickly ran towards the opposite island. That island was about 100 feet long, which was also very big, with verdant weeds and shrubs everywhere. Whoosh! In less than 3 breaths, the 7 of them had landed on the island. What's going on? Dongfang Wuhan looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I have a bad premonition. Shen Long, quickly put away the ancient tree. Shen Long nodded. He bent down and grabbed the ancient tree firmly. Then, he lifted it up with both hands. After that, he ran to the center of the island with the ancient tree in his arms and stuck it into the ground, protecting it with his battle chi barrier. Premonition. However, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Dongfang Wuhan didn't care. Premonitions were too vague. How could they be trusted? What he didn't know was that Qin Feiyang's premonitions were rarely wrong, even though they weren't 100% accurate. However, Dongfang Wuhan didn't mention it. Because he knew that even if he brought it up, no one would pay attention to him. The few of them stood back to back, staring at the swamp. But as time passed, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Dongfang Wuhan faintly smiled and said, Junior brother Qin, although I believe in your words, I still have to say that premonitions are sometimes unreliable. He spoke very tactfully so as not to offend anyone, but the sarcasm in his words could be heard by anyone who wasn't an idiot. Dong. But before he could finish his sentence, the swamp on the left suddenly exploded, and mud splattered everywhere. A 30-meter-long crocodile rushed out of the swamp and entered their line of sight. Dong Jingyang's eyes focused, and said in a deep voice, It's that crocodile king. Why did it come out? Everyone was bewildered. But this was only the beginning. Dong. Another 2 30-meter-long dragon crocodiles appeared. Damn it. Shen Long cursed. Because these were the 2 crocodile kings that they had been wondering if they had died under their first wave of attacks. However, Murong Xiong sneered and said, I was just worried that I couldn't find a way to lure them out. This time, I'll catch them all in one fell swoop. But just as he finished speaking, more dragon crocodiles appeared one after another, floating in the mud. Their huge eyes stared at the few of them, all of them filled with a terrifying ferocious light. However, these dragon crocodiles were only at the War Emperor level. Murong Xiong shouted, Do it. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him. Murong Xiong frowned. Wasn't it your idea to kill them all? Why are you stopping me now? Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows and said, I really don't want to scold you, but why don't you know what's good for you? You, Murong Xiong was furious. Dong Jingyang shouted, Be quiet, let him finish. Murong Xiong stared at the two of them, clenching his fists tightly. He was about to go crazy with hatred, but in the end, he calmed down and looked at Qin Feiyang. All right, you say it. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. Let's see what kind of logic you can come up with. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, looked at the crocodiles, and said, In these 5 days, there have been very few crocodiles that have taken the initiative to appear, but now, not only have the 3 crocodile kings appeared together, the other dragon crocodiles have also appeared. No matter how I look at it, I feel strange. Hearing him say this, Dong Jingyang and the others could not help but be surprised. Even Murong Xiong fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Shen Mei said, Could it be that they want to fight to the death with us here? Dong Jingyang thought for a moment and shook his head. It's not possible. If they really want to fight to the death, they would have already launched an attack. Qin Feiyang nodded, agreeing with Dong Jingyang's point of view. Look, doesn't that look like an island? At this time, Jiang Wei exclaimed. Island? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned, then turned their heads and looked in the direction Jiang Wei pointed. Suddenly, their eyes were filled with surprise. In front of them, about 1,000 meters away, there was a vague outline, sitting in the blood fog. The outline was very large, should be more than 1,000 feet, and at first glance, it really looked like an island. But whether it was an island or not, it was still uncertain. Shenlong shook his head and sighed, if only there was no blood fog. With their cultivation, if there was no blood fog blocking their vision, 1,000 meters was nothing at all. At this time, the mutation happened again. In the swamps on the right and the back, there were roars again. The few of them took a quick glance and turned pale with fright. In the swamps on both sides, dragon crocodiles appeared one after another. Moreover, there were 10 dragon crocodiles that were more than 30 meters long. There were even more dragon crocodiles that were less than 30 meters. In other words, there were 9 War Master Realm crocodile kings here. Adding the 3 crocodile kings from before, there were 13 of them. Every crocodile king was emitting an extremely terrifying might. But he didn't move. He just watched Qin Feiyang and the others from afar. Could it be that we've entered the dragon crocodile's lair? Shen Meihua's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. There's no more suspense. This is definitely the dragon crocodile's lair. Perhaps the crocodile emperor that Qin Feiyang mentioned really exists. Dong Jingyang said in a deep voice. At the same time, he glanced at Dongfang Wuhan and the other two, and a trace of ridicule could be seen in his eyes. If he hadn't listened to Qin Feiyang's suggestion 5 days ago and killed the 3 crocodile kings ahead of time, as well as a large number of vicious crocodiles, it would have been even more troublesome. This was leadership. Compared to Dongfang Wuhan, Qin Feiyang was much more powerful. If Dongfang Wuhan continued to lead everyone, in the end, no one in the spiritual state would be able to walk out of the 9 nether yellow springs alive. As soon as Dong Jingyang said this, the place fell into a dead silence. Dongfang Wuhan and the other 2 also noticed Dong Jingyang's gaze. They were a little angry from embarrassment, but they endured it. Look, why aren't there any dragon crocodiles in front? Jiang Wei's exclamation sounded again. No. Everyone was stunned. When they turned their heads to look again, their faces were filled with ecstasy. In front of them, there were indeed no vicious crocodiles blocking the way. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked up at the blurry outline. There were dragon crocodiles blocking the way in the other 3 directions, but there were none in front of them. Was there some kind of mystery hidden within? But they couldn't care less now. They had to move forward. Because in the face of 13 crocodile kings and countless war emperor realm crocodiles, even if they used all their skills, they had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang said without hesitation, "Shenlong, build the bridge." What? Murong Xiong's expression froze, and he said in shock and anger, "Do you know that you are sending everyone to their deaths by doing this?" Qin Feiyang said, "If we stay here, we will still die." When Shenlong heard Qin Feiyang's words, he did not have any doubts. He immediately looked ahead and quickly found a suitable place to settle down. In front of him, 80 meters away, there was a mound of earth that was several zhang tall. Next, Shenlong steadily put down the ancient tree, and after building the bridge, he sneered without turning his head, "Some people are worried, then I will go and scout the way first." Finished. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the bridge and rushed towards the mound of earth on the other side. Qin Feiyang's gaze followed Shenlong the entire time. Although he insisted on everyone moving forward, he was not sure if there were any other vicious crocodiles lurking in the swamp under the bridge. If there were, he would have harmed everyone. In the end, Shenlong successfully climbed onto the mound of earth, and not a single vicious crocodile jumped out. Behind him, as well as the vicious crocodiles on both sides, did not block the way. "It's safe, let's go." Seeing this, Dong Zhengyang and the others were overjoyed. They jumped onto the bridge one after another and rushed towards the other side as if they were running for their lives. But before Qin Feiyang jumped onto the bridge, he glanced at the vicious crocodiles in 3 directions, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. What were these dragon crocodiles planning? Could it be, as he guessed, that they wanted to sacrifice them to the crocodile emperor? Where was the crocodile emperor hiding now? Boom! When all of them had climbed onto the mound of earth, the 13 crocodile kings suddenly attacked and destroyed the previous foothold. Next, they surrounded Qin Feiyang and the others again. Qin Feiyang frowned and whispered, "They are forcing us to move forward. The crocodile emperor may be somewhere in front. What should we do?" Murong Xiong asked in a panic. "Do we have a choice?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and nodded to Shenlong. Shenlong also smiled bitterly and shook his head, and continued to build bridges. After passing through several mounds of earth in a row, they finally saw the vague outline. It was indeed a huge island, with rolling mountains and towering ancient trees, like a peerless beast lurking in the swamp. After a while, they came to the last mound of earth. They were only 50 or 60 meters away from the island. The 13 crocodile kings still did not attack them, but led the group of crocodiles to cut off all their escape routes. Jiang Wei frowned and said, "Do you think they want us to enter this island?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, then lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Dong Zhengyang and the others were silent, afraid to disrupt Qin Feiyang's train of thought. After a few breaths. Chapter 607. What's wrong? Shen Mei asked. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and shook his head. Actually, I should have thought of it. Shen Mei and the others looked at each other. Shenlong said, "My dear brother, don't be so surprised, okay? Just say it clearly." Qin Feiyang looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I think the crocodile emperor should be on that island." What? Everyone turned pale with fright. According to historical records, crocodiles can not only live in swamps, but also in water and on land. But compared to swamps and water, they prefer to live on moist land. And in this swamp, the other mounds and islands are too small for them to live. Only that island is suitable. If I'm not wrong, that island should be their nest. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, they looked up at the island and couldn't help but turn pale. Shen Mei asked, "What should we do now?" After pondering for a while, Dong Xingyang shook his head and said, "There are crocodiles behind and on both sides. It's definitely unrealistic to go around the island. We can only go up." "Go up?" Dongfang Wuhan frowned and said, "We don't know the strength of the crocodile emperor. If we go up like this, I'm afraid, at this time." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He collected his thoughts and thought carefully. He said, "Actually, I think going up is a good thing for us." "Good thing?" They looked at him in confusion. The crocodile emperor was on the island. Was this a good thing? If it were any other time, my words would be a bit stupid. But it's different now. We can't go up and down. We can't even fight with them. But as long as we go up to the island, we can do whatever we want. Although we will face unknown risks, at least we don't have to worry about falling into the swamp. Qin Feiyang said. Shen Mei looked at him strangely and said, "After hearing what you said, why do I suddenly feel that the island is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, but a paradise?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "For our current situation, it is indeed a paradise." "Paradise?" Murong Xiong sneered. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep it to yourself. You're the one who asked me to say this. Don't blame me for being too harsh later. The so-called heaven is just a high-sounding excuse you found for your mistake." Murong Xiong sneered. "Mistake?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He said, "I've never thought that I've done very well, but I've also never made any major mistakes in my decisions. If you think that you've done better than me, I won't object to you leading everyone." "I object," Dong Xingyang said. "I'm against it too." Shen Mei, Shen Long, and Jiang Wei expressed their opinions one after another. What a joke. If they let this treacherous villain lead them, sooner or later, they would be led to a dead end. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Dong Xingyang and the others and said with a faint smile, "I also object. It's better for junior brother Qin to continue leading everyone." Murong Xiong frowned and looked at Dongfang Wuhan with dissatisfaction. Dongfang Wuhan said, "You can fight and kill, but in terms of leadership, you're really not that good. Don't go and humiliate yourself." Even Dongfang Wuhan looked down on him. Murong Xiong was about to go crazy. But no one paid attention to him. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, "Junior brother Qin, Murong Xiong is just complaining. Don't mind him too much." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "If I minded, I wouldn't have stood here and listened to him. Junior brother Qin is really a magnanimous person. All right, let's do as junior brother Qin says. We'll go to that island, but we can't be careless." Dongfang Wuhan said. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Shenlong. Shenlong understood and slowly put down the ancient tree. "Let's go." When the other end landed on the shore of the opposite island, Shenlong waved his hand and took the lead to step onto the bridge and rushed towards the island. Dong Zhengyang and the others followed one after another. This time, Qin Feiyang did not make things difficult for Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. He let the two of them go up first while he stayed behind. However, this action was somewhat superfluous. The 13 crocodile kings did not run to intercept and kill them. They quietly waited for them to head to the island. Boom! However, when Qin Feiyang and the others stepped onto the island, they swarmed forward and instantly destroyed their previous foothold. The ancient tree also sank into the swamp. The few of them didn't care, because there were countless towering ancient trees on this island, so there was no need to worry about it. Moreover, they weren't in the mood to care about this right now. The few of them paid attention to the movements of the crocodile group while scanning the jungle behind them. They were all prepared for battle. However, the crocodile group did not chase them ashore. The crocodile emperor did not appear either. However, the 13 crocodile kings each brought a group of war emperor realm dragon crocodiles and quickly dispersed, rushing in different directions. What are they trying to do? The few of them looked at the crocodile group in surprise. But soon, they had an answer in their hearts. Boom! Under the lead of the 13 crocodile kings, the group of crocodiles crazily destroyed the small islands around the island. They didn't even let go of a few dozen feet of dirt. Obviously, they wanted to completely cut off Qin Feiyang and the others' escape route and trap them on the island. Murong Xiong shouted, "Quickly go to the other side, we might still be able to make it." If the island and dirt on the other side were also destroyed, then they would really be trapped here for the rest of their lives. No one objected to this suggestion. Whoosh! Immediately, the 7 of them unleashed their maximum speed and shuttled through the jungle, rushing towards the other side of the island. In the jungle, the vegetation was very dense. A few large trees could not be surrounded even if they held hands. Vines as thick as an arm and as thick as a thigh were everywhere. They were like horned dragons wrapped around the trees. On the ground, there was also a thick pile of dead branches and rotten leaves. The air was filled with a rotten smell. And it was very humid. While the few of them were moving as fast as lightning, they did not forget to pay attention to their surroundings. Stop! After about 20 breaths, Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. Immediately, everyone stopped in unison and looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang glanced at the jungle in all directions and said in a deep voice, "There is a fishy smell." Fishy smell? The few of them were shocked and immediately looked around. There. Suddenly, Shen Mei's eyes trembled and pointed to a big tree more than 30 meters ahead. That big tree was as thick as a dustpan and had luxuriant branches and leaves. The trunks and branches of the big tree were entwined with strong vines. But one of the vines was not a vine, but a giant python. The giant python was 3 feet long and as thick as a thigh. The color of its skin was similar to the color of its skin. At first glance, it was difficult to distinguish it. At this moment, it was hanging on a branch and its huge eyes were firmly staring at Qin Feiyang and the others. Seeing the giant python, Qin Feiyang and the others could not help but feel their scalps tingle. If they did not discover it in advance, they would pass directly under the giant python, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't entangle with it." The few of them immediately turned around and prepared to go around the giant python. Hiss! But as soon as they turned around, there was a burst of terrifying hissing sounds around them. At the same time, many vines in the surroundings began to twist and turn. Qin Feiyang and the others looked and were shocked. It turned out that most of the vines here were transformed by the giant python. Murong Xiong roared in exasperation, "We just got rid of the fierce crocodile, and now we are in a snake's nest. Why are we so unlucky?" Qin Feiyang shouted, "Shut up. Instead of complaining here, it's better to break out of the encirclement. Let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed forward. Dong Jingyang and the others also gathered together and quickly followed. Hiss! As soon as they moved, the giant pythons around them also swayed their long bodies and surrounded them. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. He pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force roared out and blasted at the group of snakes in front of him. In an instant, a large number of snakes were killed. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said loudly, "Their strength is not strong. Don't fight, just kill your way out of the encirclement." Understood. Dong Jingyang and the others nodded. At that moment, a chaotic bloody battle unfolded. Qin Feiyang opened the way in front. Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan brought up the rear. Shen Mei, Dong Jingyang, Shen Long, and Jiang Wei were on the left and right sides. The 7 of them twisted into a rope and used their own methods to rush forward. Wherever they passed, corpses and blood were left all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out from all directions. Soon, the few of them galloped hundreds of meters. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the front. Dong Jingyang did not even think about it. He raised his hand and blasted out a battle chi. Boom! But in the end, Accompanied by a loud sound, Dong Jingyan was actually forced back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What? The sudden turn of events caused Qin Feiyang and the others to turn pale with fright. They all looked forward and immediately saw a transparent liquid on the ground more than 10 meters in front of them. That liquid was nibbling away at the dead branches and rotten leaves on the ground, emitting black smoke. Moreover, the speed of the nibbling was extremely fast. In the end, even the soil was rotting. Venom. Their minds trembled. This liquid was obviously venom, and its toxicity was extremely terrifying. And the thing that collided with Dong Jingyang's battle chi was definitely this venom. But this venom was not something they were afraid of. What really scared them was the giant python that spat out this venom. One had to know. Dong Jingyang was a one-star battle sect, and just a stream of venom was enough to force him back. One could imagine his strength. Rumble. Crack. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. At the same time, the ancient trees in front of them fell down in batches, and leaves swirled in the air. It was as if something was rushing towards them. And the strange thing was that as soon as this movement appeared, the giant pythons around them dispersed and retreated more than 10 meters away, surrounding them. And the giant pythons blocking in front of them retreated to both sides, opening up a wide path. What's going on? Shen Mei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I think there should be an even stronger beast rushing over. Maybe it's the giant python that spat out that venom. Chapter 608. Finished. Dong Jingyang took a step forward and took the initiative to rush forward. The giant pythons on both sides did not stop him. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang frowned and whispered, quickly follow him. Whoosh. Immediately, the 6 of them moved at full speed and chased after Dong Jingyang. The surrounding giant pythons still did not stop them. Not only did they not stop them, but when Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared, all the giant pythons dispersed and hid in the forest. Crack. About 10 breaths passed. A huge head, crushing a large ancient tree, entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Immediately, they stopped in unison and looked at the head with an extremely solemn expression. It was the head of a giant python. But compared to the previous giant pythons, it was several times larger. It was like a small mountain in the sky, and its huge eyes were suffused with a cold and bone-chilling light. You dare to slaughter my people, I will swallow you all alive. A deafening voice sounded in the heads of Qin Feiyang and the others. Following closely, the giant python's head swooped down. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs. A glaring fishy smell rushed out of the wide mouth. Shen Mei could not help but vomit on the spot. You? Dong Jingyang smiled coldly, placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed a seal. A black palm print appeared. Black Devil Seal, kill. Following his low roar, the black square seal rushed into the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world, and blasted towards the head. An ant-like person dares to make a move in front of me? You're courting death. A trace of contempt appeared in the giant python's eyes. Clang. Suddenly, a snake scale fell off from between its eyebrows. This snake scale was as big as a millstone. It was as black as ink, like a blade flickering with black light, and fiercely collided with the black square seal. Puff. Dong Jingyang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. At the same time, the black square seal was also crushed by the snake scale, and it was effortless. So strong? Everyone was shocked. Dong Jingyang was also somewhat absent-minded, but his eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as he roared, I don't believe that I can't deal with a beast like you. This was because the aura of this giant python was only that of a one-star battle ancestor. Furthermore, the Black Devil Seal was a high-grade battle art. In addition, Dong Jingyang himself was a one-star battle ancestor. In the end, he was still no match for the giant python. This was unacceptable to him. He formed a seal with both hands. A square seal appeared again. However, the aura emitted by this square seal was even stronger than the Black Devil seal from before. Heavenly Demon Seal, be destroyed. Dong Xingyang raised his head and roared. The square seal shot up to the sky and slammed into the snake scale. Although the Heavenly Demon Seal and the Black Devil Seal were both high-grade battle arts, there was still a difference in their strengths. The Sky Demon Seal was undoubtedly stronger than the Black Demon Seal. Rumble. Another deafening explosion rang out. The Heavenly Demon Seal did not disappoint Dong Xingyang's high hopes. It did not shatter and was in a stalemate with the snake scale in midair. The collision produced dazzling sparks and waves of air surged, sweeping in all directions. With just this little ability, you dare to be arrogant? Dong Xingyang sneered. Human, you are very stupid. Can't you see that this emperor is playing with you? The giant python's mocking laughter sounded in Dong Xingyang's mind. Dong Xingyang immediately sneered. You don't believe me? A trace of ridicule crawled up the giant python's eyes. Boom! All of a sudden, its aura crazily soared to the level of a 2-star battle ancestor. Damn it! Dong Xingyang was both shocked and furious. He did not expect that the giant python had hidden its cultivation before. Crack! At the same time, the snake scale shone with a black light, and its power also soared by a level. The Heavenly Demon Seal was directly shattered. Following that, the snake scale slashed towards the few of them. Qin Feiyang took a step back and shouted, all of you, quickly attack together. It's useless to hide when you have something to do. Murong Xiong coldly snorted and stepped forward with Dongfang Wuhan and the others. They evolved their strongest battle arts and crazily attacked the snake scale. In that instant, a few great battle arts collided with the snake scale, releasing a dazzling radiance. At this moment, even heaven and earth lost their color. Clang! Crack! The snake scale was finally blasted away and shattered. However, it did not shatter, only cracks appeared on it. The giant python was also forced back a few meters. However, Murong Xiong and the others, including Dong Xingyang, were all trembling violently. Blood gushed out from the corners of their mouths, and the ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch. Even if it's a 2-star War Master, it's impossible for it to be so strong. The 6 of them were in extreme disbelief. They had to be clear. Although their cultivation was lower than the giant python by a small realm, they had the amplification of battle arts. Superior battle arts were enough for them to compete with 4-star War Masters. But now, the 6 of them had joined forces and used their strongest battle arts, yet they were only tied with the giant python. Wasn't this ridiculous? Qin Feiyang suddenly said, that snake scale, but he only said half of it before falling silent again. What's wrong with that snake scale? If you have something to say it quickly. Dong Xingyang and the others urged. Qin Feiyang said, it's different from the giant pythons we encountered before. Those were just ordinary giant pythons, but this giant python is a rare mutated creature, Black Dragon Snake. Black Dragon Snake? The 6 of them frowned. Why had they never heard of it before? Qin Feiyang said, you haven't seen its tail yet, and its tail is almost the same as a dragon's tail. At the same time, it also has another thing that a dragon has. Shen Mei asked, what is it? Qin Feiyang said, dragon scale. Shen Long said in shock, you mean, that snake scale just now is a dragon scale? That's right. But it can't be called a real dragon scale. After all, the black dragon snake is not a real dragon, and its power can't be compared to a real dragon scale. But even so, its dragon scale is still very terrifying. Not only is it hard, it's also very sharp, and its power is comparable to a high-grade battle art. With its cultivation, even if the few of you join forces, you won't be able to break it. Qin Feiyang said. Huh, what a joke. Didn't you see? We've already shattered it just now. As long as we hit it again, it'll definitely shatter. Murong Xiong laughed. Qin Feiyang sneered, is that so? Take a look again. Murong Xiong raised his head and was immediately stunned. Seeing this, Dong Xingyang and the others also raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions were also stunned on the spot, and they kept muttering. How is this possible? The originally shattered dragon scale was now completely undamaged, and it was emitting a dazzling dark light. Qin Feiyang looked at Murong Xiong and said, I forgot to tell you, its recovery ability is very fast. Murong Xiong's rough face suddenly turned green and white. It was very interesting. Don't call out if you don't understand in the future. Dong Xingyang coldly glanced at Murong Xiong, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, then how can we get rid of it? To get rid of the black dragon snake, we still have to get rid of the dragon scale first. Because although the dragon scale is strong, it's also its fatal point. As long as the dragon scale is broken, its strength will be greatly reduced, at least by a small realm. But this is temporary. When the dragon scale regenerates, its strength will be restored. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Several people's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang said, I don't know if it's true or not, but this information is recorded in the ancient books, so it shouldn't be wrong. Talking for so long is equivalent to not saying anything. Murong Xiong muttered secretly. Dong Xingyang thought for a while and said, whether it's true or not, we have to try. Let's do it. The 6 people performed their battle arts again. The black dragon snake didn't make a move during this time, and it turned a blind eye to Dong Xingyang's group. Its eyes were firmly fixed on Qin Feiyang. Human, you know a lot. While Dong Xingyang's group was performing their battle arts, the black dragon snake's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang met the black dragon snake's fierce eyes and smiled faintly, without a trace of worry. Although the black dragon snake was very scary, he had a way to deal with it. Kill. Dong Xingyang's group of 6 quickly performed their battle arts and attacked again. You're overestimating yourselves. If I were you, I would give up resisting. The black dragon snake disdained, and the dragon scale suddenly fell and collided with the 6 battle arts. The previous situation happened again. Dong Xingyang's group of 6 spat out blood. The dragon scale was also broken, but in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Boom! Following that, a pitch-black giant tail rushed out from the forest behind the black dragon snake and smashed towards Qin Feiyang's group. The giant tail was as thick as a bucket and covered with scales. At the head of the tail, there were strands of black hair. It's really a dragon tail. Dong Xingyang's group trembled as they turned to look at Qin Feiyang for help. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 people, raised his head to look at the black dragon snake, and said with a smile, follow me, I won't kill you. What? Dong Xingyang's group of 6 was stunned. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually say such a thing. The black dragon snake was also extremely shocked. Its giant tail stopped in midair, and it forgot to kill them. What did you say? Say it again? After a while, the black dragon snake reacted and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Follow me. Qin Feiyang said. His tone was calm, and there was still a trace of a smile on his face. Subduing the black dragon snake was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. It was because he suddenly remembered that according to the ancient records, as the strength of the black dragon snake increased, there was a possibility that it would become a real dragon in the future. And the probability was even greater than that of a flood dragon. Just imagine, if the black dragon snake really became a divine dragon, it would be equivalent to having a dragon as a mount. At that time, how domineering and awe-inspiring would it be? Just thinking about it made him excited. However, the black dragon snake was completely enraged. Its loud voice exploded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Brat, you're courting death. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, if you don't submit to me, the only one who will die will be you. Shameless boasting, this emperor wants to see what kind of storm you can stir up. The black dragon snake's anger burned the sky, and its giant tail suddenly fell down. Go. Shen Mei shouted, turned around and rushed to Qin Feiyang, grabbed Qin Feiyang, and fled without looking back. At the same time, Dong Jingyang and the others were also like birds startled by the twang of a bow, fleeing in all directions. The giant tail slammed on the ground, and the earth trembled crazily. This place was instantly fragmented, and a chasm spread. And it smashed a huge deep pit. Die. After missing its attack, the black dragon snake became even more irritable. Its ferocious power shook heaven and earth. It opened its wide mouth and a transparent venom was sprayed at Qin Feiyang. As for Dong Jingyang and the others, it turned a blind eye. In this regard, Qin Feiyang was very calm. But Shen Mei was complaining. Chapter 609. Qin Feiyang laughed, "Don't panic, I'm here." Hearing this, Shen Mei's mind calmed down. The next moment, the two of them disappeared without a trace. Naturally, they had entered the ancient castle. Puchi. The venom sprinkled down, and within a radius of a few hundred meters, black smoke immediately rose into the air. The black smoke also carried a pungent stench. Inside the ancient castle, Ren Wuxuang and the others were not distracted by the commotion outside and focused on cultivating. Even when Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei came in, no one opened their eyes to greet them with concern. Because they knew that with their strength, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Rather than worrying about it, it was better to focus on closed-door cultivation. However, the moment Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle, he felt an extremely powerful aura. This aura was almost at the level of a 2-star war master. He immediately looked towards the source of the aura. It turned out to be Wolf King. Wolf King was still lying on the altar. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. He was unprecedentedly peaceful. Moreover, its entire body was covered in hair, emitting a hazy light. Its entire body was filled with a divine aura, making it look like an immortal beast. What is it doing? Shen Mei naturally noticed the change in Wolf King, and her face was filled with bewilderment. It should be the precursor to a breakthrough. Qin Feiyang whispered. So fast? Shen Mei was shocked. Is it fast? If I remember correctly, it has been almost half a year since it broke through to the 1-star war master. Qin Feiyang laughed. This is already very fast, okay? Look at Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan. They have already stepped into the 1-star war master a few years ago, but they still haven't broken through to the 2-star war master. You guys are really monsters. Shen Mei sent a sound transmission, her eyes filled with helplessness. From Qin Feiyang's tone, he didn't seem to be very satisfied with Wolf King's speed. Wasn't this clearly infuriating? However, the Wolf King's breakthrough was definitely a joyous occasion worthy of celebration for everyone. This way, the spiritual state would finally have a 2-star battle ancestor. Suddenly, Shen Mei seemed to have thought of something. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Oh right, why did you subdue that black dragon snake?" Secret. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Shen Mei rolled her eyes. In the meantime, outside, seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly disappear, the black dragon snake was furious. It looked at Dong Jingyang and the others and roared, "Speak, where did that human go?" Dong Jingyang's eyes flashed as he asked, "What good will it do us if I tell you? You still dare to negotiate with this emperor? You really don't know the meaning of death." The black dragon snake's huge body shook, and a monstrous ferocious aura enveloped the group. Immediately, the few of them felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. Their entire bodies were cold. Murong Xiong immediately said, "He's in an ancient castle." "Murong Xiong, what are you doing? Who told you to talk so much?" Dong Jingyang shouted angrily. Shenlong and Jiang Wei also glared at him. Only Dongfang Wuhan did not say a word. Murong Xiong also immediately roared, "Can't you see? He has already abandoned us and escaped alone. You still want to care about him? Do you have nothing better to do?" What a joke. He will escape alone? Only a little person like you can do this kind of thing. Dong Jingyang and the other two looked at him with disdain. You all, simply stubborn. Believe it or not, when Qin Feiyang sells you off in the future, you will still have to help him count the money. Murong Xiong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. If I want to sell, I will sell you off first. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. Before the voice faded, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. But Shinmei did not come out. Qin Feiyang let her temporarily stay in the ancient castle to protect Wolf King. Because the breakthrough was the most important, if there was interference, it was very likely that it would fail. Therefore, all hidden dangers must be eliminated in advance. Humph. Murong Xiong turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang, snorted from his nose, and said, I thought you were hiding in there and did not dare to come out. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, although I am weak, compared to some cowardly people, I am still much stronger. Who are you calling cowardly? Murong Xiong's eyes turned cold. Did I say something wrong? That little bug's tiger body trembled, and you honestly told me where I was hiding. I don't understand, how can a dignified battle master be so cowardly? Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disappointment. But this sentence not only made Murong Xiong mad, it also thoroughly offended the black dragon snake. Human, who are you calling a little bug? Say it again if you have the guts. The black dragon snake gnashed its teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang, its tone cold and bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the black dragon snake, and said with a smile, then I will say it again, do you want to submit to me? Bastard, this emperor will tear you to pieces, and then crush your bones to ashes. The black dragon snake roared again and again, its huge body trembled, and wisps of black flames rose from the surface of its body. This was its battle chi. Fierce beasts generally would not use battle chi, because their powerful body was their best weapon. But once it used battle chi, it meant that it was furious. Accompanied by a loud bang, the huge tail was raised high and suddenly fell down, stirring up a gust of wind. Swish! Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate. He used phantom steps and quickly dodged to the side. Just as his front foot left, the huge tail smashed down, and the phantom he left behind was instantly annihilated. A huge crack appeared on the ground. Who told you to be so arrogant? The black dragon snake sneered, thinking that it had killed Qin Feiyang's real body. He's finally dead. At the same time, Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan also let out a long sigh of relief in their hearts, and then a trace of ridicule crept up in their eyes, as if they were mocking Qin Feiyang for overestimating himself. That was close. But suddenly, a voice filled with lingering fear was transmitted to their ears. This voice, the black dragon snake and Murong Xiong were stunned at first, then they looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Qin Feiyang standing dozens of meters away, patting his chest with lingering fear. He didn't die. In the eyes of the two men and one beast, there was a deep sense of disbelief. At the same time, Dong Jingyang and the other two also let out a sigh of relief. When they saw Qin Feiyang being hit by the huge tail, they were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at the black dragon snake, and said with a faint smile, looking at your appearance, you're disappointed that you couldn't kill me. The black dragon snake shook its huge head and said, this is impossible, you're just a 9-star combat emperor, how can you be so fast? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, haven't you heard of the perfect battle art? What? The black dragon snake's body shook. This human actually mastered the perfect battle art? Oh my god. Who the hell is he? Suddenly, its eyes shone brightly, and it asked while breathing heavily, if this emperor follows you, will you also give this emperor the perfect battle art? Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, and said with a smile, this depends on your performance. If your performance satisfies me, what's wrong with giving it to you? The black dragon snake said, deal? Qin Feiyang nodded. Wait a moment, let this emperor think about it. After the black dragon snake finished speaking, it fell into a struggle. That's it? Dong Jingyang and the others at the side looked at each other in dismay. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang would have to spend a lot of effort to subdue the black dragon snake, or even something that was impossible. However, they didn't expect that he would be able to make the black dragon snake lower its head so quickly. This guy really did have a trick up his sleeve. However, Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan's expressions were slightly gloomy. Murong Xiong said in a sound transmission, "We must not let him succeed." I know. Just Qin Feiyang himself and that wolf cub are enough for us to deal with. If we let him subdue this powerful black dragon snake, it will be even more impossible to kill him. As Dongfang Wuhan said this, his heart moved, and he said to the black dragon snake, "Don't believe him, he's lying to you." Lying to me? The black dragon snake's eyes immediately burned with anger. That's right. Perfect battle art is rare in the world. It's already very rare for him to have one. How could he have more? Moreover, I know him very well. There is no perfect battle art suitable for you to cultivate. Dongfang Wuhan said. Damn bastard, you really deserve to die 10,000 times. The black dragon snake was enraged. Its entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Accompanied by a clanging sound, the dragon's scale immediately cut through the sky and charged towards Qin Feiyang. The sudden turn of events caused Qin Feiyang to turn pale with fright. He retreated without any hesitation. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Wasn't the black dragon snake already tempted? Why would it suddenly attack him again? You dare to deceive this emperor. Today, this emperor will definitely let you die without a burial place. The black dragon snake had already gone crazy. Its huge tail suddenly smashed towards Qin Feiyang's back, cutting off his retreat and forcing Qin Feiyang to confront the dragon scale head-on. But these words made Qin Feiyang feel as if he had just woken up from a dream. How did the black dragon snake know that he was lying to it? Without a doubt. Someone must have secretly instigated the black dragon snake before. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Jingyang and the others. Dong Jingyang, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei were all shocked. Obviously, they were also caught off guard by the black dragon snake's sudden action. But Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan were worried. Normally, there should be no problem if they were worried about his safety. But in Qin Feiyang's opinion, there was a big problem. Because these two people couldn't wait to kill him immediately. How could they be worried about him? So, Qin Feiyang immediately dared to conclude that it was definitely these two people who were secretly playing tricks. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you cry. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. He raised his head and looked at the dragon scale. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Since the soft approach doesn't work, then I'll use the hard approach. He waved his hand and Chang Shui appeared. Immediately, he grabbed Chang Shui. Instead of retreating, he advanced and faced the dragon scale. Stop. Dong Jingyang and the other two changed their expressions on the spot. Because in their opinion, Qin Feiyang's action was no different from courting death. You have guts. If you can defeat me, even if you don't have a perfect battle art, I can still consider following you. But can you do it? Huh, the black dragon snake laughed wildly. Its eyes were full of contempt. Qin Feiyang said, then let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll let you swallow me alive. But if I win by luck, you'll be loyal to me for the rest of your life. The black dragon snake was stunned. He actually used his life as a bet. Was there something wrong with this kid's head? You don't dare? It seems that you don't have confidence in your own strength. Qin Feiyang mocked. What a joke. There's nothing in the world that I don't dare to do. Since you want to be my food so much, I'll accompany you in this bet.